Yes.
Yep. Text that number, and if you have any questions, we'll be answering them right here on this computer. And yeah, trying to keep you guys safe and informed about all the severe weather that's coming in here this evening. And it's going to be interesting the next couple of hours, I will say, with these high winds potential.
It is, and we talked about ways to get a hold of us. As I was going to say, my observations are that this line of thunderstorms started in Illinois, a couple of states away, and then going through this afternoon, this evening, it covered nearly the entire state of Indiana, all the way down north to south. And that's no small thing, because that's a long state.
Yeah. And I mean, it's just kind of wild because, I mean, we were talking not just like severe thunderstorm warnings, but there's tornado warnings embedded in the line and just like a lot of active weather. Doesn't seem like that's the case, at least right now, which is good, but still something we have to kind of watch as it's moving into Ohio. Yeah.
Another observation that I made over the past couple of hours that the storm, when it was in Indiana, had the entire line. Severe thunderstorm warnings. And we talked about, and if you've been following along during our severe weather season, not all severe thunderstorm warnings are the same.
Correct.
Some of them are different, and we call them considerable. That's when observed or suspected winds are greater than 70 miles an hour. Almost all of those severe thunderstorm warnings were for considerable winds.
Yeah, and I mean, we're even still seeing that even right now with at least a couple of those severe thunderstorm warnings with potential for winds gusting over 70. Looking at some of the reports that we had even into Illinois and Indiana, we had some pretty high winds gusting. There are some power lines knocked down, some trees knocked down as well. Haven't seen any, at least, reports of tornadoes yet, but still kind of watching that as those storms were really firing up pretty quickly, and just they got really intense, like really quick.
Yes, and they're feeding on, as you know, just from being outside for a minute today.
Yeah.
A little warm, a little humid, a little windy.
Yeah, my car at one point said 89 degrees, so it probably it wasn't that hot, but you know, it was pretty toasty today.
Close. So there's ingredients coming together. We talked about that. A couple of things that you need for thunderstorms. You've got to have the ingredients in place, but you also have to have a kind of a kick or a trigger, and we have all those things in place. Again, reemphasizing the severe weather threat and our weather impact alert goes through about 1 o'clock this morning. Primary concern will be for damaging winds as they've seen just to the west in southwestern Ohio and in east central Indiana. So that's, again, what we're keeping our eye on this evening. Right now, we're looking at the area shaded in pink, which is just about everybody. Mount Vernon, Newark, Lancaster, Logan, and everybody to the west, including Delaware, Columbus, and Circleville, Chillicothe, under that severe thunderstorm watch that goes for 3 more hours until 10 p.m. And just because that's until 10 o'clock, that does not mean that areas around Coshocton, Muskingum County, or down near Perry County, Athens, does not mean you're out of the woods. It simply means it's going to take a while before those storms get your direction. So here's where things stand right now. Out of this line of thunderstorms, again, racing eastward. And what we're looking at, and we'll talk more about in a couple of minutes with Aaron, is this line which was nearly vertical north to south when it was in Indiana, kind of showing some bowing or kind of some movement ahead of one another. What that simply means is that this line is not a straight line. It's not moving at exactly the same speed, and little nuances and little pockets within that line can oftentimes produce the worst weather, whether it be hail, or damaging wind gust, or on the outside chance of a tornado. That's where we would find those little notches or those little cubbies or holes in that particular line. This area to the north, again, those are severe thunderstorm warnings as indicated by the orange outline. To the south, just southwest of Columbus, southwest of Union County, southwest of Madison County, west of Fayette County, this yellow outline, that's what we talked about. That means considerable in terms of the potential damage there from that storm as it moves off toward the northeast. So those thunderstorm warnings are something, again, they're watching very, very closely. So let's put a track on some of those cells for us as we're looking, again, at conditions across the area, moving with respect to the line at about 40 or 50 miles an hour, about 550, 560 lightning flashes just within that particular line. So again, that's something that we're watching very, very closely. Putting a track on that for you, we'll move that along. It's basically not just a cone. That would be if we're tracking a single cell, but we're going to put that on a particular line. And right now we're going to focus on the strongest part of that line, which is moving toward London, moving toward Washington Courthouse, and if it continues, we'll be moving toward Columbus and Circleville as well. So at latest check, that line was moving northeast at about 45 miles an hour, so let me slow it down just a bit. So that puts areas around Washington, 710, Urbana and Cedarville just to the west, 722, 732, South Charleston, and around Marysville, 749, London, 753, and Plain City at 8 o'clock. So that's what we're watching again, right on schedule, unfortunately, and these storms mean business as they're moving from west to east. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit closer right now, focusing on a couple of those cells that are just northwest Just going to take off the radar, or excuse me, take off the lightning for a second and kind of clean that up just a bit. We're going to zoom into that cell just northwest of Bell Fountain and just western half of Logan County. And you see what I mean. It's not a solid singular line, but headed toward Rush Creek, Bell Fountain, West Liberty, where we see those little inflows, those little notches. Those are some things that are kind of a telltale sign of where that weather might actually be a little more disruptive, a little bit worse. So I'm going to put a track on this cell, and then we'll go back over and huddle up with Aaron for a moment. And what we're looking at again in this particular line, in this thunderstorm, the potential for some damaging wind gusts of 70 miles an hour. That's been a history of that, with some damage reported in parts of Indiana and again in southwestern Ohio. So keep that in mind. That's what we're dealing with right now, just southeast of Soaks toward Bell Fountain, and then pushing that off toward the northeast. If I can get out of the way at about 40 miles an hour. That puts areas around Rush Creek at 714, Layru at 737, Marion, first time we talked about Marion in a while, 758, and then Owens at 8 o'clock. So that's how things stand now. Let's zoom out just a bit and put this in perspective for you. And again, what we're looking at really comes down to this line of severe weather moving into the west. Kind of get that off of there. We'll clear that for you, and then we'll put this radar into motion for you and just kind of keep things moving along. That simply means that what we're looking at, where you might be seeing some calm weather in parts of central Ohio right now, it is not going to last. And we're looking at conditions kind of going downhill pretty quick. So I'm going to kind of move this to the west, and then we'll go back over there. And as I said, huddle up. I don't know where those storms are, Aaron. They certainly didn't disappear, but for the moment, they're not showing up on the radar. So let's go back over to the weather center.
Here, I'll hit play. There you go.
That's all right.
Yeah, for some reason it wasn't playing. Yeah, I saw you hit the button, but
yeah,
just didn't want to go today.
So how about any comments from our viewers or some fans out there? Hopefully we did a little bit of a job at identifying the nearest neighbors that are under the most immediate threat.
Yeah.
I'm kind of guessing without looking, switch places for a second, so I'll log in there for you. And looking at the possibility of, hey, when is this going to hit where I live, and what am I going to get?
Yeah, I mean, and a lot of people are going to get, some heavy rain with this. I mean, this is a pretty solid line of storms that's coming in right now. So everyone's going to get some rain. Everyone's going to get some wind. There's just going to be these pockets, like you said, of where we have those cores of some stronger winds, and that's going to be the concern as we could be talking about those damaging wind gusts, knocking down some branches, some power lines, some trees. Potentially, not saying it's a certainty, but it's still something we have to watch here as we go through the next couple of hours. Because, I mean, looking at the radar picture, as you can see there on the screen, I mean, that's a pretty vigorous line. I'd
be shocked if that line didn't extend and the severe weather warnings accompanying that line into parts of Union County and Madison County. We'll leave it up to the National Weather Service to officially call those warnings, but that just happened right now. That's over toward Kenton and Hardin County.
Just up north.
And that includes off toward the north. So let's go ahead and track those. If you want to take a shot at tracking those in the weather wall, I'll get the printout for you.
And take a Weather 2 full.
Yes.
And let's go ahead and take a look at this, because we are talking about a pretty extensive line of storms that is building in here. And so you'll notice there, just underneath the banner, that red area, that is a tornado warning that just was issued here well to the north and west. So we are going to be watching this area here, as there is just a little bit of embedded rotation within that part of the line. And this whole line extending down to the south and west has that potential of, at some point, getting just a little bit of spin that could lead to some embedded rotation and potential for seeing a tornado warning issued here as we go through the course of this evening. So going to be watching that closely here, but also watching this whole line as well. So let's go ahead and zoom into that area right up in here. So this is a new tornado warning that is just issued just north of Kenton. So just a little bit further to the north. Right now, this area of rotation right in there. So let's go ahead and look at the velocity picture just to see what we are seeing right now. And I know this is a little bit further away from that radar site, but there is at least some indication that there is rotation in around that cell. So we are going to be keeping a close eye on this area, as that is tracking in the north and east, a little bit further to the north of where we normally are tracking the storms here for central Ohio. But this is just give you perspective on what we could see here through the course of this evening, even further to the south along that entire line. So let's go ahead and zoom things out just a little bit more, just to give you an idea. So we are watching this storm moving in towards the Kenton area. That's a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect really for the entire line all the way up into Michigan, past Toledo there. These are all severe thunderstorm warnings outside of that red with that tornado warning all the way down to the south. Now pushing to the east of Interstate 75. So the I-75 corridor, at least to the north and west, things are improving. just looking at some rain there to the north and west, but still watching that area closely. Now as we pan down to the south a little bit further, so Dayton seeing some pretty significant rain and likely some very strong winds. Where we're going to see the highest of the wind gusts, that's going to be on the front edge of this line of thunderstorms here. So as the storms move in, we're going to start to get some light rain, and then the wind, it's going to hit pretty quickly. And we're talking about winds gusting over 60 miles per hour, especially in this area. Notice the different color here, that yellow, indicating that we could be talking about winds gusting up to 70 miles per hour here with this part of this line of thunderstorms. And it looks like we got a new severe thunderstorm warning now extending out towards Marion. So this is what the National Weather Service is doing this evening. They're really warning different segments along the entire line. So while we have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect right now further to the west of Columbus, you can see the path building it towards the east. So we likely will see, if these hold together, and I don't think they're not going to weaken anytime soon, we're likely going to see an extension of those severe thunderstorm warnings moving in towards the Columbus metro here. Getting closer to about 8 p.m. is likely the timing. So we're just about 7:12 right now. So around, I would say, about 8 p.m. So let's go ahead and put a track on that. Going to clear off this severe thunderstorm warning.
East at 55, Aaron.
Okay, 55 miles per hour.
Yeah, picking up some steam.
All right, it doesn't want me to clear it, so let me go over here. Just bear with us for a moment as I clear that warning. There we go. Oh. Maybe the little clicker is being a little finicky tonight. All right, so let's go ahead and put a track on this. There we go. All right, so we're going to use this wall, and we're going to basically just draw this all the way down the entire line. And you said 55 miles per hour. So these are moving at a pretty good clip. So we'll bring it in right about there. All right, so Cedarville around 7:26 this evening. We're getting closer to Marysville around 7:34. Around Marion around 7:43. Delaware 7:50. Dublin 7:57. And even into Columbus just after 8 p.m. So I would say by 8:10. Moving into the Columbus metro, at least the western suburbs, seeing that even before 8 p.m. around Dublin on the northwest side there. We were talking about potential for those winds gusting up to near 60, maybe as high as 70 miles per hour with this section of the line. So the southern end is where we're more focused in on for the potential for those higher wind gusts. But what we're also focused in on, like I said, further to the north, is that tornado warning where we have some embedded rotation, and that's what we're going to have to watch closely. Any spot along this line really has that potential for some weak rotation. It's going to be very brief, maybe it doesn't even happen, and hopefully it doesn't happen, but it is something we have to watch here at least as we go through the next hour or so, since we had a lot of tornado warnings in Illinois, in Indiana, and now we're seeing that one there still in that line. Yeah, and we talked about that spin up possibility. And just because there's not a tornado warning and it's a severe thunderstorm warning, don't take that lightly. And it's the entire line. Yeah. And we're talking about winds 55, 65, 75 miles an hour. We get up to that point, we're talking hurricane strength. So if you need a frame of reference, you've seen videos of what hurricane winds can do. This is the level that we're talking about when you get to over 70 miles an hour. Yeah, and I mean, they can be pretty destructive. I mean, we've seen this in the past before around here. We get those winds over 70 miles per hour. We get a lot of trees knocked down, power lines. It happened back in April. It happened even over the course of May. We had a couple significant wind events as well. And so this is what we're still tracking. High potential for winds tonight, but there's also going to be that potential for some heavy rainfall as the line is moving through. Maybe a tornado, but also maybe some small hail. But right now, I think we're really focused on that higher wind threat tonight. The higher wind. And one thing to keep in mind, and it's not insignificant, we go through severe weather really any time during the year. We've had a ton of rain. Everything is flush and green. That simply means that all those trees are loaded with a lot of leaves. And that provides a lot of resistance. And unfortunately, it doesn't take a lot really to act as a sail. And we get winds 70 miles an hour, that could do some real damage. So we're talking about the potential for power outages. So if you didn't think about that, 7:15 this
this evening as the severe weather moves in. Might want to just make sure you've got your flashlight. If your phone isn't charged, charge it. Maybe one of those portable battery chargers.
Yeah.
All kind of good things
Good
just
idea.
in case you have a disruption in power. Of course, you can always watch us on the phone when we're streaming or on your connected TV. But another way to keep things safe is to have that National Weather Service radio.
Yeah.
A lot of them are battery operated, or you have a hand crank, where it's really important in this situation. Even if you don't lose power for an extended period of time, a few minutes could make a difference.
Yeah, the nice thing about the National Weather Service radios, I mean, they're only about $40. They are not super expensive, so they're a good tool to have when, you know, you're going to bed. You know that there's potential for storms overnight, but you need something that'll wake you up because your phone's not always going to do that. I mean, I think some of us have slept through alarms before, so it's easy enough to sleep through something like that, but the weather radio is so loud, it'll wake you up. Anytime there's active weather moving into your location.
Great. So let's get through a couple of our questions here. This comes through our text line, which is at the bottom of the screen. And we should have noted at the beginning, this is a text line. Don't call us. It's not going to answer. 614-460-3345. So one of the questions was about Mount Vernon. So we're going to zoom out, or going to zoom in for a second just to give you some perspective here. When we're talking about Mount Vernon, we're looking around Marengo, around Waldo and Marion, and then southeast. We're looking at the opportunity for should be Mount Vernon very shortly there. It's escaping, but not popping up. Mount Vernon, as we look over, there we go, toward Knox County, that is still a fair distance away from these storms. I'm going to put actually just a measuring tool on there to find out how far away they are. That's about, we're talking about 50 miles. So that's about an hour and 15 minutes away from Mount Vernon. So that's one of the things that we are watching, of course, as storms move in. Mount Vernon was one question. Bremen was the other. That's a little further away, so about 90 minutes to 2 hours as we look toward Bremen. And again, as we look toward the opportunity for the severe weather to continue, everybody shaded in the pink is under that severe thunderstorm watch that goes through 10 o'clock. And once again, just reemphasizing big picture, then we'll drive it down for you and drill in, that wind is the primary threat. Tornadoes, small to medium-sized hail, and flooding, some localized flooding, not out of the question, but wind. Any one of those storms could produce some wind damage, and that again is the primary threat. So let's take a quick look as we're zoomed out across almost the entire state. You do see these areas from Marion and over to the east that just clipping the western parts of Marlborough County as well, and then just on the edge of Delaware County to the south. This is a tornado warning that is northwest. That's Hancock, Wyandotte County, not into Marion County yet. Hopefully it stays away, but this entire line extending down to the south, every one of those cells is accompanied by a severe thunderstorm warning, and that's what's getting our attention right now. So let's take a closer look at some of those cells. We'll get you in. Another one just was issued. Yep, let's clear that right now. Might as well just click on that and go right to it to show you what's going on with that latest warning for us. That does show the area that now includes areas around Delaware and Union County. That is radar indicated wind speeds up to 60 miles an hour and hail up to 3/4 of an inch. That's until 8 o'clock. So that's another 43 minutes where that severe weather potential is there for that newest warning. That includes Radnor, it includes Delaware, it includes Marysville, Unionville Center, just northwest of Dublin and around Plain City for some frames of reference, and out around the zoo. And that's again southwestern corner of Delaware County if you're looking at a couple of landmarks there. That latest and newest severe thunderstorm warning for wind gusts to 60 miles an hour and hail up to the 3/4 of an inch goes until 8 o'clock. So,
and Jerry, I'll say it's moving at a pretty good clip still, 50 miles per hour.
50 miles an hour.
One of them was 55, but this is at 50 miles per hour.
50. And that's not quite highway speeds, but it certainly is getting up the area. And so that's one of the things that we've been watching at these kind of the variable speeds. And you think about this for a second. If the storm is moving itself at about 40, 50 miles an hour, and there's gusts in there that are about the same, it is an additive property. It's kind of like somebody's coming towards you and then pushing you while they are. It's like it's an additive effect from that wind. So that's one of the things we're watching as the storms are moving at 50, 55 miles an hour. It doesn't take much wind from the storm itself added to the forward movement of the storm to put those wind speeds up to 60 miles an hour plus. So that's the latest track right there. So I'm going to do a long stretch and actually look at the areas that might be under the threat from the storm. And when I say it's everybody in the viewing area, it really is. It's just a matter of time as that line moves to the east and how it maintains its strength or even strengthens over the next 1 to 2 hours. So we're going to go just in the northeastern corner of Logan County down toward Champaign and Clark County and then move that east-northeast at about 50 miles an hour. Again, we're capturing almost that entire new severe thunderstorm warning for us. So that puts areas around North Lewisburg, 724, Around Marysville at 7:40, Marion at 7:46, Plain City in about 35 minutes. Jerome Township in Delaware, 7:59 and 8:02. Powell, again near the zoo at 8:08. Orange Township, Lewis Center, east of 23, headed over toward Polaris. Again, some frame of references there between now and about 50 minutes from now, about 8:13 p.m. So that's, again, how fast those lines are moving. One other thing to keep in mind, the storm down to the south, that's certainly something that we're watching very closely. Now, this storm, if you notice carefully, we're splitting hairs here, but we'll just take a second and do that. Not all severe thunderstorm warnings are the same. In fact, there's really three different categories. The regular one, that requires 1-inch hail or winds over 55 miles an hour. The yellow one, 70-mile-an-hour plus winds. And if we have an orange and a black boundary, that simply means that that severe thunderstorm warning has rotation, and that has possibly a better chance than other thunderstorms of producing a tornado. What we're looking at just west of London, just west of Washington Courthouse, is that yellow line. That means the wind gusts have a history or are being reported over 70 miles an hour. So that's where we're paying a bit more attention and some considerable concern about that particular line and that cell. Starting off again just east of Springfield and then moving that storm northeast at about a similar speed at about 50 miles an hour. That puts the areas around South Charleston, 735. Around London and West Jeff between 746 and 755. Hilliard just before 8 o'clock. Worthington in Franklin County, Columbus and Bexley. It's worth noting that those last couple of communities, Hilliard, Worthington, Columbus, Bexley, are outside of that severe thunderstorm warning. But if recent history has anything to do with how things are going to play out, I fully expect that Madison County, parts of Fayette County, parts of Franklin County, and even parts of Pickaway County will be the next counties that are going to be warned as that storm moves off toward the northeast at about 30-some miles an hour, about 50 miles an hour, excuse me. So, Aaron, are we getting anything else from our friends on Facebook or on the text line?
Yeah, asking one about Fayette County, and then another question asking about the rotation near just northwest of Marion, and just kind of asking more about how likely it is that we're going to see any more rotation this evening. And kind of answering that question, it's not a high likelihood since we only have one tornado warning to the north. It can happen pretty quickly, though. That's the thing about these severe thunderstorm warnings, that just take them seriously, as we are tracking, potential for high winds. But you could get a quick spin up in as little as 5 minutes. I would say you get a little bit of wind moving in the right direction to just kind of push things around and give it a little bit of rotation, allowing for a quick tornado warning, a brief tornado. That's all we're talking about. If there is any tornadoes, they're going to be very quick and likely not going to amount to anything, but still something we have to be concerned about here. But right now our focus is going to be on those high winds up to 70 miles per hour, in addition to seeing if we get any more tornado warnings here.
So that's one of the things we've been watching inside of these storms as that line continues to move to the east while we're talking about rotation. So while we're doing kind of tag team coverage here, we're looking at the comments coming in, we're diagnosing and kind of dissecting the radar scan for you. I haven't seen reports of hail, which is fine. Some heavy downpours in there on top of saturated areas could be a bit of a problem with some localized flooding. But when we're looking at some of these storms in particular, we're really looking at the opportunity for some of that rotation in the storm. So you want to give it a shot and head over to weather too.
Yeah, let's go ahead and talk about actually some of the reports that we have seen here over the course of the last several hours here. So I'm going to go ahead and bring those up here just give me one moment to just kind of look at some of the severe weather reports that we have seen here over the last several hours, and a lot of them have been further to the west. So as that line continues to build to the east, we may start to get more reports. And if you do have any severe weather in your area, once the storms have passed, when you go outside, once it's safe to do so, if you notice anything, feel free to send us a message. Again, that number there, you can send us a text message. You can also give us a message on Facebook if you have any damage, and then we'll relay that information to the National Weather Service so we can see how many severe weather reports there have been even into our area as the storms start to roll through. But so far, looking at some of the icons there, we have some wind damage there around the Dayton metro, high wind reports as well. So let's go ahead and look at least a couple of those, just to see how strong some of those winds are, and likely saw some trees knocked down in those areas. So looking at like 3 8-inch diameter trees down just on the northwest side of Dayton. Another one showing some thunderstorm wind damage, so a large tree falling down on a house. So it's pretty significant there. And then one of the other ones showing some high winds. So we're talking about winds gusting up to near 70 miles per hour. That was around Dayton. So that was just not too long ago when that line passed through. So if that line holds together, again, that's just going to be cruising down Interstate 70, getting closer to the Columbus Metro. So just giving you an idea of what we could be talking about as that whole line continues to build through. At least what we saw from areas around Dayton and along Interstate 70 and the I-75 corridor with those storms. A little bit further to the north and west, we had some more high winds. It looks like those ones around 60 miles per hour. Another one showing winds around 58 miles per hour. So that basically verifies what we're seeing with the National Weather Service, why we have those different severe thunderstorm warnings, Jerry, with the more considerable ones further to the south as compared to the north, because we are seeing actually recorded wind gusts up to near 70 miles per hour closer to Dayton as compared to the ones a little bit further to the north and west. So let's bring it back to the radar picture here. Looking at that, everything in motion. You'll notice that line continues to build to the east. These are all moving at about 50 to 55 miles per hour. So still moving at a pretty good clip, getting closer to the Columbus Metro and now moving into areas now just east of Dayton. So notice they're not too far away from where we had that significant wind gust. And now we are getting a new severe thunderstorm warning. Now this does include the western metro of Columbus, even into the 270 loop there. And this is giving it a destructive thunderstorm tag. So we are talking about wind speeds with this severe thunderstorm warning here around Springfield down to Spring Valley, now just east on the east side of Dayton, moving towards the east at about, I would say, 50, 55 miles per hour still. Potential wind speed of 70 miles per hour with that same storm. So it hasn't weakened at all. We got that wind gust of 69 miles per hour in Dayton, and that's the potential here. And so this warning now being extended further to the east to include at least the western part of the Columbus Metro.
That's east at 50, Aaron, if you wanted to put
East
a track
at 50,
on that.
okay.
Yep.
So let's go ahead and switch that back. And I'm going to go ahead and put a tracker on this at 50 miles per hour. So right in there, again, this is moving right over Springfield right now, heading towards Cedarville. And as we track this out to the east at about, we'll say, yeah, right around 50 miles per hour. So that's going to put it around South Charleston at 7:39, around London at 7:49, Plain City at 7:51, Dublin right about 8 p.m., Upper Arlington around 8:08, Columbus, downtown Columbus, 8:13, Gahanna around 8:19, and New Albany around 8:21. And this is the front edge of the storm. So I mentioned earlier on, you're going to get the light rain first. You're going to likely see a pretty ominous sky as the dark clouds are rolling in. Get the light rain and then the wind. It's going to hit. And that's going to be on the front edge of these storms. So this is a pretty good track. This is about as a good estimate on where these storms are going to be. This whole line's going to be at these approximate times. So again, just to emphasize, London, 7:49, potential winds gusting over 60 to near 70 miles per hour. Plain City around 7:51, Dublin right around 8 p.m., Upper Arlington 8:08, Columbus right in the downtown area around 8:13, Gahanna 8:19, 8:20, and New Albany around 8:21 for that potential significant wind moving into the western metro. So a lot to track with that, and we're not really seeing, at least at this time, any embedded rotation, so that is some good news. I'm going to go ahead and switch over to the velocity just to look at it. Just looked at it about a few minutes ago, and not really showing much. It's not really painting a good picture of what's going on, at least with the wind speeds right now. We're seeing some significant winds a little bit further south of Spring Valley, but there is still potential in there that we are talking about some fairly high winds. Now, Jerry mentioned we haven't gotten really indications of hail, and looking at this is the potential hail. It's not really high. So I think if we see anything, it's going to be small, likely pea to maybe dime-sized hail. So not going to cause a lot of problems, but it's going to be the high winds and that potential for some embedded rotation that we have to be concerned about here over the course of the next couple of hours. So we have that severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 10 p.m. as the storms are going to be rolling through. As we've mentioned, they're rolling through at a pretty good clip, 50, 55 miles per hour. So time is right now about 7:30, getting into the metro around 8 p.m., just a little bit after that, and then they're going to kick out of here pretty quickly. So they're going to be into eastern Ohio, I would say by 10 p.m., moving through the state at a fairly good clip.
Yep.
So let's go ahead and look at one more thing here, just kind of look at some of the past hail as well, just to see if we've had any indications about that. And so far, not really seeing any indications of hail. So just to emphasize once again, high winds, embedded rotation, and heavy rainfall, that's going to be the biggest concern here for tonight.
Well, it's just kind of calling the shots. If we can look at the radar scan, if you can go ahead and take Max 1 full screen just for a moment there, and showing once again, Aaron, these storms as they move through a couple of states, just not weakening. One of the questions we've got in there, are the storms declining in strength? That's from a viewer on our text line. The answer, unfortunately, is no. If anything, they're maintaining their strength. And part of that equation is that we had such a sunny and windy and a warm day today that's really presenting a bit of a problem right now. So let's put a track on this as we just did, really focusing on the area Delaware, Westerville, Marysville, Plain City. Just west of Columbus, that includes Hilliard, that includes areas down toward Grove City, London, Jeffersonville, and just north of Washington Courthouse, to give you a few frames of reference right there. As you alluded to, they're not looking at much in the way of rotation, which is good, nor are we looking at a lot in terms of hail, with those storms moving northeast at
about 50.
So that's east at 35. This one's maybe slowing down just a bit, but new information there that's coming back in. Marysville, Sandy Hill, Delaware, 810, and then toward Powell and Dublin, 823 and 826. So just the latest track on some of those particular storms. And this is probably one of the slower ones that I've seen. I'm not sure exactly what's happening. It is not like a storm just puts the brakes on.
Yeah.
But this one, this line in this particular warning is slowing down just a bit.
And it could be part of the storm, maybe just going a little bit slower than the rest of the line. So, and that could be a concern too. If it's slowing down just a little bit, that could lead to a little bit more rain, some heavy rainfall with that flash flooding concern, because we've already had some flash flooding even in just the last week or so with those slow moving storms. So there's a lot of areas where the ground is saturated, so it wouldn't really take much to lead to some runoff, and at least some ponding, some street flooding could be something we'll have to watch.
So we've got a couple of, good point there. If you received heavy rain, if you're waterlogged, if the past 3 or 4 days, really going back to last weekend, a lot of folks in some pockets had some significant rainfall. It won't take much on that already saturated soil to push things over the edge again. So you know who you are. So if you get that rainfall, in addition to the wind gusts and kind of battening down the hatches and kind of pulling those things in, you might want to be cognizant keeping your drains clear, making sure your sump pumps are working, and that you can do what you can to keep your basement and where you're living in dry.
Yeah, and like you said earlier too, with these high winds coming through, we have that potential for some power outages. So, you know, it's just around 7:30. So if you're watching us right now, you're not getting any active storms. If you're watching us on your phone, watching us on TV, if you have your phone nearby, plug it in case you lose power. You have at least somewhat of a charge on your phone. I know a lot of us use our phones through the day.
Yes.
By this time, if you haven't charged it all, maybe it's getting closer to 20%, 10%. So plug it in, get a good charge, and then just in case, we're not saying that you're going to lose power, but it's just to have just in case. It
doesn't hurt to have a couple extra bars there, right? As we're watching the situation. So we're going to stay on. We're going to go off at 7:30, but since that considerable severe thunderstorm warning includes Franklin County, we're going to stay on for a little while longer and just kind of carry this stream through. We do have some other questions about Chillicothe, Pataskala, and Bremen. We're going to get to those in a moment, but looking at those areas, Chillicothe, you're in the clear probably for a couple of hours. The nearest thunderstorm to you is still pretty far away, and that simply means that while you're not out of the woods, we're looking at the area of disturbed weather moving in well to your south and west. So that's something that we're watching. Still quite a bit of real estate between areas in Ross County and then back to the west near Wilmington and Clinton County. So you got a little more time than your friends and neighbors off toward the north have. Areas around Bremen, we're moving off toward the east now. Again, still a fair distance between Licking County, Fairfield County, and then to the west where the storms are moving in. That simply means you have more time. It does not mean you're out of the woods. Someone also had a question about Delaware. Delaware County, you're not yet seeing the worst of the weather. Once this main line comes through, and we're looking at about a 30 to a 60-minute window of really disruptive weather with the downpours and the wind and the rain, possibly some hail. Once that passes by, there's showers back to the west, but the risk for severe weather quickly diminishes as we go through the night. So let's do a little bit of a radar tour and kind of take you from north to south, kind of walking along those particular warnings and then moving on through. If I can get this to cooperate. Perhaps it took a little bit of a second there to go on. Am I on air or play mode, Aaron?
It is in play. You might have to hit the S1 button on the clicker.
That would probably help. Hit the right button, Jerry. There we go. All right,
we're going back and forth.
We're going to move the map. It does take a little bit of choreography, of course, and very grateful to have Aaron joining us this evening on our particular coverage. So we're going to go off to the north, and we're going to zoom in just a bit. There's Marion, there's Sandusky and Bucyrus. Northwest of Sandusky, there is a tornado warning. That is going to expire shortly as that storm moves out. But look at these little pockets right along the border there, the county line, and then south of that, just west of Marion, this little cluster of storms mean business. Then Richwood, maybe a bit of a break. Then west of Marysville, that cell also is one that we're watching very closely. Rather than just issue warnings on individual cells, National Weather Service is painting with, rightfully so, painting with a pretty broad brush all the way up and down that line, as all of these storms, or any of these storms, have the real possibility of producing some damage and gusty winds. So keep that in mind as we're looking at the situation. This one, we're also watching Aaron. Includes now areas around Crawford County and Bucyrus, Marion, and then western parts of Marwell County. That, again, is that for these two cells around Sandusky and west of Marion, as that area moves to the east, that has a possibility of producing over 70-mile-an-hour winds. So we're just going to go right down there, then we'll come back up and put some tracks on some of these cells. Richwood to Marysville, soon to be in western Delaware County. Oh, here we go. So tornado warning just popping up right now. We're looking at the possibility of that tornado, some rotation right now. This includes areas around Crawford, Seneca, and Wyandotte County. That is just to the north. It's certainly parts. All right, we'll take a break. We're going to join 10 TV right now. Thanks for joining us. I'm Chief Meteorologist Jerry Martz on this Wednesday evening. We've just had a tornado warning that has been issued that includes areas in Crawford, Seneca, and Wyandotte counties. Radar indicated, and that goes for nearly another 45 minutes. What's the speed of that particular storm, Aaron?
Yeah, Jerry, it's moving at 40 miles per hour, so located about 7 miles north of Upper Sandusky.
All right, good. You can just hold on to that. 40 miles an hour, we got that. So we're going to take a track of that particular storm. We're just watching that cell, and again, just clipping areas in northern parts of Crawford County. So we're looking at that. Again, we're going to move up the line right now, just capturing that particular cell and the latest tornado warning. This is on the edge of the 10 TV viewing area, but includes our friends and neighbors north of Bucyrus in Crawford County. This particular cell, as Aaron just mentioned, is moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour. So let's put a track on that cell right now as it moves from southwest to northeast. This really is something that we've been watching closely. There was a storm just to the north of that a short while ago, which had produced a tornado warning. This just south of that line, and that's something that we thought about, and it's now coming to fruition. So around Bloomville and Venice, 803 to 811. Richmond and Willard, 819 to 823. New Haven, Cass, and Ridgefield. Those are the communities as this area extends northeast, just north of Bucyrus and parts of Crawford County, where that tornado warning is in effect until 8:15 p.m. So let's get a closer inspection of that particular cell right now. It's going to be a little bit difficult to really see if we can look at rotation, but we're going to zoom in right now and talk about some possible areas. There's Crawford, there's Upper Sandusky, there's Antrim. So we're going to looking over near Likens, there's Cranberry, and there's Bucyrus. Really the northern third of Crawford County, as that particular thunderstorm really has been producing a lot of rain around Bell Vernon. There's Texas, there's Leimert, and there's Likens, Broken Sword, and Holmes. There's areas around 67. Everybody's familiar with 23 around Upper Sandusky. That's on the back edge of that particular storm. So I'm going to peer in a little bit and see if we can actually get into the storm and see if there's anything in terms of the radar that would show some velocity or some spin. If it's showing up right now, it looks like it might have a little bit. What we're looking at is where that red and the green are close together. There's two pockets. One is southwest of Mexico and north of Bell Vernon. Another one right up 67. It's kind of difficult with the radar site being a little bit further distance away, but I'm pretty certain that's why there are multiple tornado warnings for those particular areas right now. Again, mainly focusing on the area as we just watch the radar update in real time, kind of losing a little bit of that resolution, the red and the green, but that doesn't stop what we're looking at. Of course, that this evening, unfortunately, is a tornado warning that does include areas east of Bell Vernon, east of Leimert, and near Broken Sword. So I'm going to zoom out just a bit to give you some perspective if you're just joining us. We were on 10 TV Plus for a while, tracking this weather and kind of diagnosing and dissecting the storms, but what really is catching our attention is multiple areas, mainly across the northern part of the state, which are catching these tornado warnings because these storms seem to have a little more of a spin to them. That's north of Nevada. There's Holmes, there's Likens, and there's Cranberry. If you are in or around these areas that I'm mentioning right now, it's very simple. take a breath. You simply want to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. It sounds very easy to do. Hopefully you're not panicked, but you want to go to the lowest floor as possible. If you don't have a basement, you want to get to an interior room. You want to stay away from windows. I'm telling you right now, we do not want to see any pictures or videos. We want you to do what you need to do to keep you and your family safe. And in this situation, this is exactly what we're talking about for a tornado warning. It's a radar indicated tornado. This storm is moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour. And once it passes by, we'll let you know when you're in the clear. But around Crawford, around Upper Sandusky, and around Nevada, Holmes, Likens, and then over to Cranberry, that is the area of greatest concern. Again, northern parts of Crawford County, northeastern parts of Wyandotte County on this Wednesday evening. So I'm going to zoom out further still and just give you some perspective right now. That does show, in addition to that particular warning right now, which is in the northernmost parts of the 10 TV viewing area, there's an entire line of severe weather from Arion down toward Marysville, just west of Delaware, and then we're looking at other areas to the south of that, down west of Franklin County. We're focusing on the tornado warning for the moment, but just to put it in perspective, any one of these particular cells, and this is in almost the entire state of Ohio, in central Ohio, in the 10 TV viewing area, any one of those cells could produce, as this one did, a tornado. So that's why we're breaking into coverage right now and watching these severe weather move on through. Kind of move it out just a little bit more, showing you the southern extent of that line. All these areas in yellow are considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, and then additional severe thunderstorm warnings all the way to the south of I-70, just west of Pickaway County. And I fully expect the areas in the southern parts of the viewing area are going to get in on the action. And if you remember, we had a severe weather alert, a 10 weather impact alert starting at 7 p.m. and going to 1 o'clock for an extended severe weather event. And unfortunately, that's coming to fruition this evening with severe weather, gusty winds over 70 miles an hour, the primary threats. But as we see right here, in this particular case, there are a couple of tornado warnings. So just kind of putting that into perspective, that entire line is what we're watching right now, but that particular tornado warning is something that we're watching through about 8:15 p.m. So let's get a little closer to that line and zoom in. We're talking again about parts of Wyandotte and Crawford County this evening. Joining us in progress, we were on 10 TV Plus. We quickly shifted gears, just doing what we need to do to keep you and your family safe. We're looking at areas east of Cary, just northeast of Upper Sandusky, northwest of Bucyrus. And although Bucyrus is not technically under that tornado warning, just take cover, seek shelter. We're still looking at a considerable threat from a thunderstorm with winds over 70 miles an hour. So it does not take a thunderstorm necessarily to produce some damage. Around Likens, obviously in that tornado warning for another 33 minutes. An area that you need to go to, your basement, an interior room. Just put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. A little closer in right now, and bear with me for a second, not a ton of roads out there, but just to give it some perspective. There's State Route 30 going from west to east. There's 23 going around Sandusky. There's Crawford, there's Antrim, there's Bucyrus, and there's Cranberry. Again, this cell right here north of Antrim, I don't know if you have any additional information on that, Aaron. That's definitely catching our attention, even though technically that's just outside of the tornado warning. Have you got anything additional on that particular cell?
No, not yet. The only thing that I wanted to mention too about the tornado warning is one of the reasons why the National Weather Service issued the tornado warning, in addition to seeing some embedded rotation, was they also noticed how the southern part of the storm is surging ahead of the main line and leading to what could end up being some rotation, at least on the northern end. So right in here, you see the southern part kind of surging ahead of the main line, leading to potential for some rotation to develop right in there. So that's what we're going to be focused in on for any potential rotation, at least over the course of the next 15 minutes. The thing with these, they're going to be very brief. They're not going to last long. If we have a tornado, it's not going to be on the ground for much time at all, but it doesn't take long to do some damage, and that's why it's a concern. So if you are in the tornado warning, you should be taking shelter right now. Be in a safe place until the whole storm passes. And even if you're not in a tornado warning, many of us, if you're getting some storm activity, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, you're likely potential to talk about winds gusting over 60 miles per hour with that main line of storms. So it is still something that we have to be concerned about here for the course of the next several minutes, really the next couple of hours with the high wind threat. But the tornado threat is going to be a little bit more limited, which is good news, of course. We're not talking about widespread tornado activity here today. This is going to be more of a widespread wind event that is happening here with this whole line really extending all the way down from Toledo all the way through central Ohio. Marion under a severe thunderstorm warning, Delaware severe thunderstorm warning, the western part of Columbus under a severe thunderstorm warning. And one thing that we have noticed at least a little bit is there is a subtle, over the last 30 minutes or so, there is a subtle, doesn't look like we're getting as high of winds up to 70 miles per hour, but we are still potential winds up to 60 miles per hour here with this whole severe thunderstorm warning that really extends across a large part of the area. But a little bit further to the north where you notice the yellow, that's where we are talking about potential for those higher wind gusts up to 65, maybe as high as 70 miles per hour, in addition to the tornado warning. And that's where we are really concerned about here with some rotation developing. So I'm going to go ahead and switch it over to the velocity picture. And it's really far away from a couple of our different radar sites. So it's really hard, at least in this area, to get a good perspective of if we are seeing any active rotation. And this is one of the reasons why the National Weather Service decided to issue the tornado warning, because they saw, at least on the other picture there, they saw the velocity here. They saw a little bit of a surge with the storm activity on the southern end compared to the northern end of the line. And right in here is where we could be talking about some rotation, not saying there's a confirmation of a tornado on the ground, but at least an indication that there could be some rotation trying to develop. And that's what prompted the tornado warning here for that area. So again, we're going to be focusing on that and just kind of watching how things play out with that storm.
So Aaron, one of the things we talked about, and you've honed in on it, was the possibility, as we've seen, of any one of these particular cells kind of getting some rotation. Somewhat surprised that the National Weather Service has not issued on this particular cell just south of that tornado warning, but just keep in mind what we're talking about this evening. Currently, we're on coverage right now because of a tornado warning for northern parts of Crawford County that goes until 8:15. This entire line of thunderstorms, however, can produce a tornado, and all those thunderstorms have the potential and have the history of producing damaging gusty winds between 55 and over 70 miles an hour at times. A history of damage all across west central Ohio and Indiana. So again, we're breaking into coverage right now for this particular cell in northern Crawford County, just right along State Route 30 around Bucyrus and about Antrim. But keep in mind, if you're not seeing the severe weather right now, maybe you're east of Route 23, for example. There's a very good likelihood that you will between now and midnight tonight. We're just doing what we can to keep your friends and neighbors off toward the north safe. Quick reminder, in a tornadic situation or in a severe thunderstorm, the advice is not that different. You have to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Do not go outside and look at the storm or take pictures or video. We don't want to see them. We don't want you to put yourself in harm's way. If you have a basement or a lower floor, that's the best place to go. And don't forget, take your people, your pets, your personal items, and any prescription medication with you. Hopefully you have that very close by. You can just kind of gather those things and keep them. And we're only talking about a short period of time. 30, maybe 60 minutes when you're going to be disrupted. Once these storms pass by, generally speaking, this threat for severe weather will diminish as we go through this evening and into tonight. Our focus right now continues to be on this particular cell to the north. There's Lichens, Cranberry, Bucyrus. We're going to zoom in just a little bit more for you and give you some roads on there. There's Holmes, there's Texas, there's Lichens, Chatfield, Ridgeton, and Brandywine just on the edge. And just because this line is the edge of the tornado warning, I'm telling you right now, around Holmes and around Nevada, I would be taking shelter as this core of the storm isn't paying attention to the line. It's doing whatever it wants in Crawford County right now. So around Bucyrus, you have a few minutes. Even though technically you're not under the tornado warning, just please play it safe. We want you and your family to make it through this storm just fine. We've got an area that we're watching coming into the south with a little bit of disruptive weather, but hopefully once this cell passes by, you're going to be in the clear from the severe weather threat. But around Nevada, just north of Antrim, again, there's 30 and there's Bucyrus and there's Brandywine. This is the area I'm most concerned about right now for the possibility of some circulation in that particular storm. It's a radar indicated tornado, which means the radar scanner is looking inside that storm and sensing some rotation. That's why the National Weather Service has issued that particular tornado warning. Aaron, I don't know if we've got an update on the speed of that particular storm. It was moving northeast, I believe, at about 50 miles an hour.
The tornado warning, 40 miles per hour.
Thank you.
It goes until 8:15 for that storm. I do see what you're talking about with that southern end there around Bucyrus. They're a little bit more higher reflectivity, and still something we have to be concerned about with that area too.
Yeah.
It does appear, at least looking at the last couple of scans of the radar, that it's kind of becoming a little bit more linear. At least we're not seeing that southern end is not surging out ahead as far as the northern end was extending. So maybe that could be a sign that we're not seeing as much rotation here right in there. So it's kind of coming together a little bit more. But still, there is that tornado warning still in effect until 8:15. So if you are under the tornado warning, stay in your shelter until the storm passes, and then things are going to be in better shape for the rest of the night. But still, just take it seriously for the time being as we're tracking that tornado warning.
Yep, good analysis here. Now, one thing to keep in mind, we're not the arbiters of the severe thunderstorm warnings or the tornado warnings. We're simply communicating the information to you. But when we see something, we're going to let you know and we're going to tell you. That's why we're putting this track just south of the actual tornado warning. The let areas around Bucyrus at 8:01. That's 10 minutes from now. Around Cranberry, 8:22, and then getting out of Crawford County as the storm moves off toward the northeast. Even outside of that line, the National Weather Service has taken their proactive measure in putting out severe thunderstorm warnings for winds over 70 miles an hour. So that's something that we're watching, and that's why we're paying particular attention to this particular storm. So this tornado warning goes on until 8:15, and the reason why is because this particular part of the cell, just northeast of Antrim, east of Upper Sandusky, I'm reasonably confident in Crawford, Upper Sandusky, and Harpster and Morrill, you're in the clear, or soon will be as this storm moves to the east. But it's moving east at about 40 miles an hour. Wouldn't mind if it moved a little bit faster and got out of here, but right now that's the speed that it's moving at. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit closer and put some streets and some perspective on here. So if you are in and around these areas or know somebody that is around Broken Sword, there is Route 100. There's Ridgeton and Brandywine, Holmes and Bucyrus. Around Nevada, hopefully you are already in your safe place as this storm is nearly overhead or just to the east of town. Antrim, you soon will be if you're not already in the clear from this particular circulation in the worst part of the storm as it moves northeast right along that particular boundary, that red area to the north of that. Technically, the tornado warning, but I'm telling you right now, the areas south of that, around Holmes, Brandywine, and Bucyrus, certainly would hope that you are going to seek shelter and take cover. So a couple of the roads, there's Leimert Road, there's Lincoln Highway, a couple of areas we're watching around Ridgeton Road. I'm going to turn my head, there's Beech Grove Road, south of Brandywine, and there's Route 4, very well traveled north to south route through parts of Crawford County, all under the threat from this particular severe thunderstorm. So please, we encourage you and implore you to seek shelter from this particular storm. Even if you are in central and southern parts of Crawford County, just be on the safe side. Even though technically the tornado is for the northern parts of the county. The last couple of frames actually showing, as Aaron alluded to, perhaps just a little weakening trend, which is some good news. It doesn't mean that you're out of the woods, but a little bit of good news. And that last scan, Aaron, kind of took that purple away, which is hopefully a visual cue to us. While that tornado warning is still up, that things will be improving pretty quickly in Crawford County from west to east. Yeah,
and just looking at the rotation a little bit on the velocity picture, I know it's kind of hard to see since we're in between different radar sites, but a little bit further to the north, right around the Bloomville area, it does appear that might be where we're seeing a little bit more of the rotation. So just a little bit further to the north, just across the county border is where we're seeing a little bit.
Yeah, it's good to have another.
It's very weak, I will say. That's the good news. So I think that weakening trend, you can see like maybe a little bit of red right in there, right around Bloomville, and just a little bit further to the north, right around between Rockaway and Bloomville is kind of right there is where we're seeing that little sort of notch in the line, just kind of on the northern edge where that wind surge was happening. But it's not what it was before when the tornado warning was issued. So good news there, weakening a bit. So we might see the tornado warning. It actually looks like they're extending the severe thunderstorm warning out a little bit further ahead. So maybe we're going to see the tornado warning be allowed to be discontinued. That's actually interesting. And you noticed you said the notch in the line. And for appearance sake, this is one thing that as we really get into the nitty gritty of tracking these particular storms, that they don't behave according to any manual or playbook. They have a behavior themselves. They're very chaotic in nature. So they don't just travel or move in a straight line. We often try and communicate to you what you need to know to keep you and your family safe by putting a track on the storms. But where we see these different characteristics, kind of a notch in and then kind of a bow out and then kind of a notch back in around Bucyrus, that's why even though there's no tornado warning for Bucyrus, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning for winds over 70 miles an hour. That is significant. That is near hurricane force winds. Again, around Bucyrus, please just take shelter. Even though you're not under that tornado warning,
you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. You need to do what you can to keep you and your family safe. So that is the southern part and central and southern parts of Crawford County in that particular line right there. We're going to move things down a little bit further to the south. We're still paying very close attention, of course, to that particular cell. Indications are, for appearance sake, that it tends to be weakening just a little bit, but we're still concerned all the way down that line. We're talking areas in western parts of Crawford County, almost all of Marion County, soon to be moving into areas around Mansfield and around Richland County, and then south toward Morrow County, and then east toward Knox County, moving just a little further off toward the south for a moment. Delaware under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. At the moment, I really feel this is going to change, unfortunately, Aaron. We talked about kind of the characteristics of this particular line. This is not just a straight line. We're seeing some of those little notches and those little bows out around London. So let's take a closer look at that for the moment. Do you have a speed on that particular line down around Madison County and then south toward Jeffersonville, Aaron?
I believe that one was moving at 50 miles per hour.
Well, they just literally issued this severe thunderstorm warning as we speak for all of Delaware County, for Franklin County, Licking County, and parts of Fairfield County. That line, we're just going to extend that right now, moving at about 50 miles an hour. If you get an updated speed, just shout it out.
They say it actually is slowing down. It's moving at 30 miles per hour.
Oh, that's not good news. This simply means that you're going to be under the threat for that particular storm a little bit longer. So let's take a look, pay very close attention to these particular towns and cities. These are under a new severe thunderstorm warning that includes Columbus and Franklin County. West Jeff 804, Prairie Township 819, Upper Arlington 827, downtown Columbus at 837, Linden at 837 as well, Bexley and Gahanna near the airport as that storm pretty much goes through the county between now and 8:49. So about 50 minutes from now is that particular storm. It seems to slow down just a little bit, and that's not good news just for a couple of reasons. It means that different parts of this thunderstorm line are moving at different speeds, and when you get that to happen, sometimes that can just on its own initiate some shear or some spin, and sometimes, as we saw off toward the north, for example, that was enough to cause those thunderstorms to produce what is a radar-indicated tornado. So we're going to take you out for just 1 second and give you a big view what's happening. If you're just joining us right now, we're extending our coverage this evening because of the strong line of thunderstorms crossing the entire state. Every one of these yellow and orange and red boxes are severe thunderstorm warnings, and then to the north, a tornado warning. Many of these thunderstorms have a history of producing over 70-mile-an-hour winds, lightning, small hail, and some very heavy rain in a short period of time. So bear with us, take shelter, and do the right thing for about 30 or 60 minutes as these storms pass on by, because once they do, your conditions will improve pretty quickly as that severe threat begins to diminish. So we're really encouraging anywhere that we just talked about, especially now around Marion, Mount Vernon, and Newark. You have a little more lead time. Downtown Columbus, about 20-25 minutes. Again, know your safe place. The one area you're watching a little closer right now still continues to be until about 8:15, the northern parts of Crawford County because of that tornado warning that's there. We're looking around Bucyrus, technically not in the tornado warning, but you should be seeking shelter in central and eastern parts of Crawford County because that thunderstorm has a history, or at least can produce 70-mile-an-hour winds or greater. So loose objects flying around, trees down could cause some damage. And a reminder, no matter what weather situation you're in, we do not want you to put yourself or anybody else at risk by taking pictures or video. We want you to stay away from windows. Most people are injured by thunderstorms by debris that's flying around at a high rate of speed. Just don't put yourself at risk. Bucyrus, seek shelter. Around North Robinson, you should be doing the same. Galion, the storm is coming your way around Crestline and over near Shelby, also under the gun. Closer inspection right now continues to be focusing on this area just between Holmes and Broken Sword and Ridgeton and Brandywine. There's still that tornado warning for the northern parts of the county there. I'm going to zoom out just a bit. I don't know because we're kind of in between radar sites, but I'm going to try and see if we can find in there any rotation in that particular storm. So if we're able to do that, we're going to look at the possibility of some rotation. What we're looking at, if we can get that to show up here, give me a second here. There we go. We're looking at the possibility of some rotation then, which would be some yellow or some green and some red coloration together. For some reason, it might just be too far away from the radar, so it's not picking up on anything. So we'll just kind of let that go and focus on what you can see. And that's the severe weather threat for Texas Likens, Chatfield, Holmes, and over near Cranberry as that severe thunderstorm warning continues to the east. But where we're bounded by the red, north of that, that is a tornado warning. So keep that in mind. Aaron, I don't know if there's any other warnings that you've been able to capture to the south worth noting, and that still, I assume the National Weather Service is going to continue this tornado warning, as they've not shown indications of letting that expire from west to east.
Yeah, at least not right now, but kind of focus on the southern end of the storms, at least at the present time. But looking at one of our cameras, looking off towards the storms, you can see the pretty darkening sky, and that's what you're going to see first. The sky's going to get really dark, and then we're going to watch the rain start to build in, and then the wind is going to hit, and we're talking about winds gusting up to near 60 miles per hour. So this is our view from our sky view camera, looking at the storms, and yeah, it's getting pretty dark here as they are building in from the north and west. So here's a full picture just showing that pretty ominous sky, really darkening sky here. It is at 8 p.m. right now, so if you're just joining us here, we are tracking severe weather here on 10 TV while watching several severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warning a little bit further to the north right now. Watching how everything's been playing out here. That tornado warning is still in effect until 8:15 this evening. Wouldn't be surprised if we see that at least allowed to expire, whether it's going to be on or before 8:15 is what we're going to be kind of watching to see what happens here in the next few minutes. But there's a look at that tornado warning right now. Moving to the north and east, and the overall storm is getting a little bit further away from the line here, at least at the moment. So we're going to be focused in on that, but also focused in on this entire line. So notice everything right in here. These are all severe thunderstorm warnings outside of the red. That is the tornado warning, but severe thunderstorm warning right here where we have the yellow indicating potential for winds up to 70 miles per hour heading towards through Marion and over towards Mount Vernon. Further to the south, this is where the line's starting to weaken just a little bit. There's more energy as the main system that's producing all this severe weather is tracking well to the north. So a lot of that energy is kind of staying with it. So the northern end of the line going to be a little bit more severe, but still we have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for the entire Columbus Metro, all of Franklin County here until 9:15 as we are watching the storms building in from the north and west. You saw the view on our camera getting pretty dark right now. And this is going to be for potential winds up to near 60 miles per hour with the line here moving into Columbus here in just the next short while. But it extends all the way back to the south and west, all the way through Wilmington right now. And that's what we are concerned about. So let's go ahead and put a track on the storm. Let me go ahead and switch that over here. And looking at the overall storm, basically moving at a little bit slower speeds. It has slowed down a little bit more. They were moving at a pretty good clip up to 50, 55 miles per hour, but the latest warning saying about 30, maybe at 35 miles per hour. So putting a tracker on this entire line all the way down to the south here through Wilmington. So moving at, we'll say about 35 miles per hour, give you a little bit more of a heads up here as they could start to speed up a little bit more. They're not moving at exactly the same speed all the time. They can kind of speed up, slow down, and there's a lot of things that are happening within the atmosphere to cause the overall speed of this entire complex of storms. So here's an idea of where the storms are heading. So right around Dublin, getting into Dublin right now. Likely getting some heavier rainfall and some gusty winds in the Dublin area. Mount Gilead around 8:08, around Westerville at 8:18, Columbus downtown around 8:21, Gahanna around 8:29, New Albany around 8:32, Groveport 8:42, Mount Vernon 8:47, and Pickerington around 8:54, and getting into the Circleville area right about 9 o'clock. So again, with this line that we're with the tracker here, we were talking about winds up to 60 miles per hour, potentially a little bit higher. There could be some embedded areas where we have winds gusting maybe up to 65 miles per hour. But the main line right now is being warned for those winds of about 55 to 60 miles per hour here for right now moving into the Columbus Metro. So focused in on that, of course. Again, they do extend all the way back down to the south and west. So I'm going to go ahead and kind of look at just this whole area in general, zooming out things a little bit more. And they really do encompass a pretty large area of storms. And it doesn't look like that wants to work. Let's go ahead and switch it over.
I might have inadvertently big footage off of the clicker, so I'm sorry for that, but we'll get back to the tornado warning in a second. And wonder if we've got some reports of damage coming in too. I saw some things coming in for the National Weather Service, indications of some damage. I saw a report from around Hilliard and Brown Township of some damage there. So that's something that we're watching very closely as the reports begin to come back in. So please keep that in mind. Safely after the storm has passed by, if you're able to show and share with us some of that information that we probably should be able to communicate back to the National Weather Service, that would be some helpful information. We're still at 8 o'clock, about 10 more minutes of this particular tornado warning. In fact, we're going to watch that if we can get up there right now. I'm trying like heck to have this thing pan for me. Let's do that right now. Still is in effect for the northeastern corner of parts of Crawford County right now. So that will show at least a small pocket of instability and that thunderstorm still moving through at about 35 to 40 miles an hour. Now we're talking again around areas north of Scipio and Venice, and that looks to be almost clearing the zone. So something we're watching out there as that storm moves off toward the northeast. There's Cooper and Reed and Frank and Fireside, Attica Junction and Venice. There's 224 and there's 4 again going off from south to north, just for some frames of reference right now. But as we expand this view and maybe just go out just for a second, that will show some perspective on this particular line and this particular storm. As we go further off toward the south, then there's another area we're watching around Chatfield. That again in Crawford County. I'm going to clear this warning for just a second and focus for a minute or two on Crawford County still as we look off toward the north and east of Bucyrus. Likens and Cranberry Homes, you're still under the threat, especially that storm clears the county and moves northeast. West of that, around Likens, Homes, Nevada, Antrim, Upper Sandusky, you are in the clear. Probably some disruptive weather, downpours, lightning, and possibly some small hail, but that threat is moving east just in the extreme northeastern corner of Crawford County right now. Zooming into that, maybe getting a couple of roads to show up. There's 103, there's 19, there's Ridgeton, Broken Sword, and of course Route 4 from Ridgeton, Chatfield, and Carruthers on this particular evening. That severe thunderstorm producing some rotation on for another 9 minutes as we're looking at the possibility there of that tornado warning continuing. Further on down the line, we've got additional severe thunderstorms that have been issued and warnings all the way across the 10 TV viewing area from north to south. And if you can give me a shout out, Aaron, on where that latest one is, we'll try and track that and move a little bit closer to some of the communities that are impacted by that newest warning.
Yeah, so this is a severe thunderstorm warning for Fairfield County, Fayette County, Pickaway County, and northern Ross County until 9 p.m. Potential for winds up to 60 miles per hour, and it's moving at 45
miles an hour.
To the south and east.
And what was the direction of that?
To the southeast.
Southeast. So this is a little bit of a departure from this particular storm, moving a speed and then the direction. Most of those storms earlier were moving at about 35 to 45 miles an hour to the northeast. So what we're looking at from this latest warning for wind gusts of 55 miles an hour plus and 1-inch size hail possible, along with lightning and thunder and some rain. Mount Sterling and Washington Courthouse, 809 to 812. Commercial Point, 821. Williamsport, 827. Asheville, 830. Then we go down the line, Circleville, Clear Creek, over toward Lancaster and Laurelville. We're getting a little bit beyond the edge of the warning, but that's just giving you more lead time to be ready. Any one of these storms has been producing some very gusty winds, and it's going to get towards sunset between now and about 9 o'clock. So that means the storms are going to be coming through along with the dark skies and the wind and the rain. It's going to be moving in after sunset, just adding a particular layer of concern to these storms as they're moving off toward the northeast. So we're looking at multiple severe thunderstorm warnings across much of the 10 TV viewing area. Closer inspection right now in and around Columbus and Franklin County. We'll look there first, and then we'll take one more look off toward the north, where that tornado warning was in effect for parts of Crawford County. So Dublin, Hilliard, Prairie Township, as that storm moved through, some gusty winds kind of blowing the furniture around and probably topping some things over, maybe your garbage can lids too. This severe thunderstorm warning going on for at least another 30 minutes as that storm moves to the east. Further off toward the north, we're coming up on 8:15, which means hopefully that situation in parts of Crawford County will begin to improve. We've seen that for much of the county right now, but the entire county is still not totally in the clear. There's that small little pocket, northeastern parts of Crawford County, where that particular thunderstorm is still producing a possible tornado. National Weather Service out of Cleveland is handling this particular warning right now. Homes and Likens and everywhere to the west of that, if you had the disruptive weather in the past 30 or 60 minutes, you're in the clear. But still, hopefully, Cranberry and then points off toward the northeast, you're able to seek your safe place. And in doing so, that tornado warning again being carved off pretty quickly from the southwest to the northeast.
Yeah.
Bucyrus, you're in the clear. Do you have something to add, Aaron? Go
Yeah,
ahead.
no, I was just going to say, looking at the latest update on the velocity picture, it looks like if there is any rotation, it has moved out of Crawford County and into Huron County. So definitely some good news there. It doesn't look like there is really a significant rotation. There has been a weakening trend here over the last 20 minutes or so. So from what we saw when the tornado warning was first issued, we were talking about there's like a little surge in the line just out ahead of it. And now we're starting to see the area of rotation not really as pronounced and everything kind of turning into more of a wind potential. And that's why we have those severe thunderstorm warnings further out ahead of that main line. So let me go ahead and switch this back over to the radar picture just so you can kind of see what I'm talking about here. So again, where we have the tornado warning right now, the main part of it, if there is still any rotation, it is a little bit further to the north of Cranberry up into the areas around Huron County. So kind of right in there. So the southern end kind of surging out ahead. So there's a little bit stronger punch, a little bit stronger wind ahead of that compared to the northern end. So when that wind surges out ahead, it can kind of curl back and produce a little bit of rotation right in here. So now again, if there is rotation, we're likely going to see that tornado warning drop for Crawford County, and it may continue into the at least the southwestern parts of Huron County if the Weather Service decides to do that. But Jerry, based on what I'm seeing on the radar picture, it doesn't look like that rotation is as strong or is as pronounced as it once was.
And thanks, Aaron, for that update. And it's great to have multiple meteorologists' eyes and ears on the scene because you just can't handle everything and get all that information coming at once. National Weather Service generally believing that this line is weakening, and we 100% agree with that. But it doesn't mean it's going to shut down like a light switch. It simply means that as the storm moves to the east, it's a bit more stable environment, that the threat for severe weather may diminish, but the threat for ongoing gusty winds, lightning, rain, hail, and possibly some localized flooding still persists. So again, we're really looking at the back edge of that tornado warning being carved out as that rotation is beginning to kind of fold into the general structure of the storm. We're going to stay on 10 TV for 4 more minutes until this warning technically expires, but then join us on 10 TV Plus as we continue our coverage on 10 TV Plus on your connected televisions. We also would encourage you during that time to kind of email us or text us, I should say, and join us on Facebook on 10 TV to give us some questions and comments. We don't want you anywhere in central Ohio to go outside and take pictures and video. Part of the reason we're on is just to keep you and your family safe and give you advance warning of these particular storms. Right now, we're looking at this diminishing tornado warning moving northeast of Cranberry, northeastern parts of Crawford County. Further off to the south of that, we're just going to begin to move back down again, and that's showing the area just in south and west, southeast of Bucyrus, that area around North Robinson, still under a severe thunderstorm warning, crossing over to Crestline. Further off to the south, let's just go right on down the line then and begin to show a lot of the areas that are really being impacted by these particular storms. And as we talked about earlier, we came on 10 TV Plus at about 7 o'clock, talking about the history that these storms have across entire states, across Illinois and Indiana, and now in Ohio. They've maintained their strength and intensity with winds significantly over 50 or 60 up to 70 miles an hour at times, and that's why we're taking this very seriously. That warning will expire in a couple of minutes, but now we're looking at Galleon, we're looking at Shelby and around Mansfield and Richland County. Further off toward the south around Marion County, not seeing any real significant concern there. Around Marion, you're looking to be in the clear for that severe weather threat. And we had mentioned this around Caledonia, Mount Gilead, and down near Ashley and Marengo. This line is about 10 to 15 miles wide, so it means it's moving through at about 30 to 60 minutes. Ahead of that, you've got time to prepare. Behind that, you can breathe a sigh of relief as the severe weather threat continues to move off toward the east. Delaware right now, downtown Delaware, you're almost in the clear. Powell, you're feeling and looking a lot better. Sunbury and Galena, you're going to get the brunt of the storm right now. Westerville under the gun from this particular cell from that severe thunderstorm warning. Further off toward the south, just about to cross into downtown. Aaron had showed that tower camera earlier. It's almost looked pitch black over downtown Columbus in many spots because of those low clouds and those thunderstorms moving in. New Albany, Gahanna, Groveport, Pickerington, and Pataskala. Got about 15 or 20 minutes before that cell moves in. So you still have a chance carefully and quickly to get out there and kind of assemble and tie down the lawn furniture or get any loose objects out there. And here's a look at the camera shot. Don't know exactly which direction it's heading, If I can take a closer look at that, those low clouds almost kind of scraping the tops of our tower camera, which is less than 1,000 feet in elevation. That's just really looking at some significantly severe weather. I think it's toward campus, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so that would show 315 and then the Olentangy River there, and then campus as these storms come right overhead and moving in. So
if we can take a weather 2 full as well.
Sure.
I have another camera pulled up that we can look at. This is looking towards downtown, looking towards the north and west, and you can see a lot of those lower clouds, but kind of an ominous sight moving over the city.
So interesting, Aaron. So we're going to go off of 10 TV right now for the moment. It's about 8:15. That tornado warning has ended, but we're going to continue our coverage on 10 TV Plus. So we appreciate you joining us on this Wednesday evening on 10 TV Plus. We broke into live coverage on 10 TV, Aaron, because of that tornado warning. And it's not luck. We wish we didn't have to do it, quite frankly. This is a great platform on 10 TV Plus to have a conversation with our audience and kind of keep them ahead of the storm. We've been watching and talking about that. So let's just look at that picture over downtown Columbus as that storm kind of scrapes the buildings in downtown as it moves off toward the east.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of creating a really ominous sight there. You can see what we call scud clouds. Just kind of, they look scary looking clouds. They look scary. They're not going to do anything, but still, it just kind of creates that ominous picture when you see those clouds moving over the city. But what they do indicate, at least those clouds where they're kind of hanging down a little bit, they're hanging down ahead of the heavy rain and the stronger winds. So when you see that all passes overhead, like that, you're going to get those high winds, you're going to get the heavy rain, all moves in just after those clouds pass through, and that's what we're seeing now here into Columbus. And I do want to mention, though, we actually got a couple more reports of some higher winds in Dublin, 56-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Dublin. Haven't gotten any reports of damage, but we also saw some higher wind gusts into the upper 50s, around 60 miles per hour around London as well. So, you know, we're seeing at least those higher wind gusts, potential that could produce some branches getting knocked down. We saw some of that in Marion. Got a couple of pictures here sent in by a viewer of ours in Marion. And if you have any pictures once the storm has passed, if you have any storm damage, once it's safe to do so, go ahead and take a picture and you can send that to us, and we'll be more than happy to relay that to the National Weather Service as we're tracking a lot of this active weather. And one thing I do want to mention too, looking at that line of storms as it's moving into the Columbus area, if we can take the radar full just for a second on weather 1. Looking at that storm, it does appear like there is a little bit of an indication where we're seeing maybe some higher, at least a couple pockets of some higher wind gusts. Looking at the velocity picture, we could be talking about maybe upwards of 63, 64 miles per hour in some of those spots there. Yeah, that's interesting. And the velocity is one thing we can look at from the particular radar, and we can actually look at that and begin to kind of get some idea of what those wind speeds are. 42 miles an hour. So it's weakened a little bit, so that's good.
Still, that's still something to be concerned about. And these storms, as we talked about earlier, are not just, they don't follow strict guidelines, right? They're chaotic by nature, and they oftentimes will do what they want. And it's very likely that, as in the case of these storms, that they oftentimes will ebb and flow. They don't just have a static high gear. They'll drop down a little bit and they'll ramp back up again. We call those thunderstorms that are pulsing, and that's one of the things we've seen this afternoon and this evening. Unfortunately, they have not pulsed so low that they've alleviated the threat for severe weather. In fact, just the opposite. They maintain their strength. We're talking over 500, 600 miles, a couple of states away, and that's impressive, but it's not unprecedented, and it's something we've talked about by issuing that weather impact alert yesterday. In the morning, kind of giving you 24 hours or more advance notice of what's happening. Hopefully, folks got the message and they listened and they had a little bit more of a heads up than if they just
some time
didn't.
To prepare.
Yeah, no time to prepare.
Yeah, and one thing I also do want to mention too about the storms we talked about, there's maybe a subtle weakening trend, but the Weather Service did decide to extend the severe thunderstorm watch. So we had that severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 10 p.m. for parts of central Ohio, now extended a little bit further to the east into southeastern and eastern Ohio, and that goes until 3 o'clock in the morning. So the storm complex, while it may be subtly weakening, there are still going to be pockets of potential winds over 60 miles per hour. So these are going to continue to extend further to the east. So if we can take weather to full, just to give you an idea of where that severe thunderstorm watch does extend now. Again, it still is in effect until 10 p.m. for central Ohio, for the Columbus area, but it does extend further to the east. It includes areas around Athens County. It also includes Morgan County, Perry County, Vinton County, until 3 o'clock in the morning. So we're likely going to see these storms continue for quite some time tonight.
Yeah, Aaron, it's one of the things we've watched the past couple of days is just the atmosphere is, obviously very energized with the sunshine we had today. We fully expected that watch would be continued and extended off toward the east. And the challenge is now complicated more so because even though we're seeing daylight, it's ridiculously dark out there with the storm coming through. But sunset is after 9 o'clock this time of the year. Those thunderstorms coming in after midnight. For our eastern and southeastern communities and friends. And that simply means that it's going to be in the middle of the night or close to it after 11 o'clock news when you're probably still going to be dealing with a threat for severe weather. You might consider yourself lucky. We're talking to you around Athens County, Hocking County, Morgan County, Guernsey County, or areas in and around there. You've got a little more lead time, so charge your phone.
Yes.
Right? We talked. Make sure your sump pump works.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier. I know, this is the time of the day where your phone's probably maybe down to 10%.
Yes.
So plug it in right now. If you're watching us right now, if you have your charger nearby, grab your phone, plug it in. Mine's at 84%, so plug it in, have a good charge, and then you'll stay safe tonight.
You knew what was coming.
Yeah.
So you had that heads up. One other thing to keep in mind, and we try and make it easier for you to remember and easier for us to communicate to you when times are stressful, your people, your personal, your friends and close relatives, your pets, you don't want to leave them at risk, your pharmaceuticals.
Yep.
Some of them are life-saving or necessary pharmaceuticals, and of course your papers. And if you think about it ahead of time, where are your people? They're probably close by. Your pets are probably huddling right next to you. You might not think so clearly or further ahead about your pharmaceuticals or about your papers, but if you've got that really critical medication for you or a loved one, or if you've got an important paper or documents, just think of the trouble just to get a new driver's license.
Yeah, honestly.
The challenge of that. So just alleviate some of those things. If you have everything in one place, it will make your life easier if you're unfortunately impacted negatively by some severe weather. Power outage, trees down, damage, flooding, whatever. Keep those things in mind. People, pets, pharmaceuticals, and papers, and you'll be a little better off.
Yeah, definitely some good points. And, we're starting to, I just heard it, we're getting some heavy rain now here in the studio, or at least onto the studio right now. So the storm is moving in through central Columbus, and haven't really seen or heard any really high winds, at least Dublin getting those winds up to 56 miles per hour, but that's still a concern here for tonight.
Yeah, it's really coming down.
Yeah, there you go. It's
that's downtown Columbus?
Hard to see anything.
That's going to be a heck of a time lapse tonight at 11 o'clock, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just that reduced visibility. Another thing, as I said that, it kind of came to reality, that visibility going to near zero. We've seen some just horrific downpours over the past several days. Now everybody fair game for those downpours. If you're driving, if you know somebody that is, just please encourage them. We want them to be safe, of course, and not distracted, but there's no shame in pulling over. Hazards on, slowing down, pump the brakes, give yourself distance.
Find a safe spot to do so.
Yeah.
And, there's nothing wrong with that. Just wait out the storm. These are moving at about 45 miles per hour, some of them a little bit faster than that, so they will pass pretty quickly. So that is at least the good news, but it's still pull off for 5-10 minutes, and then you can go on about it. But one thing to keep in mind, though, after the rain does pass, take it slow, because there's going to be a lot of puddles on the interstates. Hydroplaning is going to be a concern,
it is,
at least until the water dries up. So
let's take a couple of emails or text messages. I keep saying email, text messages or comments on our Facebook page. That number is 614-460-3345. Don't call that number, just text it. We've got a location or a question from Morrow County. I think Ashley wrote in, anywhere in particular. So the western half of Morrow County, you're looking pretty good. Technically still under a severe thunderstorm watch, but that threat is moving off toward the east. Down the line, the southeastern corner of Delaware County, Sunbury and Galena, just north of Westerville, just east of Polaris, getting hit pretty good. And that storm soon to be in Johnstown, St. Louisville, Granville, and Newark. Almost all of Franklin County, certainly in and around 270, getting hit really hard right now.
Yeah, it's like the entire loop.
Just getting,
really
it's all
covered,
orange and red. And we hear it and we've seen it. Down to the south, Commercial Point, Darbyville. You have a little time in Asheville and Circleville, Clear Creek, and Tarleton. And then further off toward the south and west, at the moment, We're not seeing parts of central and parts of Ross or Pike County, but it's coming your way. Just look what's off to the west. And this storm line actually extending and strengthening into northern Kentucky, so it's not letting up anytime soon.
What are we looking at around Grove City?
Let's get into Grove City right now, since you asked. Yeah, there's the particular storms in and around Grove City. Urban Crest, Grove City, Columbus Street. West of that, as you're over near Demarest Road and Holt Road, things are improving slowly, but around Urban Crest, and then points off toward the east. Stringtown Road, everybody knows where that is. Around Buckeye Parkway, White Road, and there's 270 and 71 intersection just getting pounded by very heavy rain right now. So keep that in mind. Ponding on the roadways. Yeah, spawning on the roadways is something to keep in mind. And the very heavy rain, the heaviest pocket right now around Franklin County, Bexley, Whitehall, around Alum Creek Drive where the dog shelter is located, near toward Bryce, Reynoldsburg, and Blacklick, all getting hit. Airport, I assume there probably is a ground stoppage at John Glenn, but call ahead if you've got flights or if you're expecting someone to come in. They're probably doing some loops overhead right now as that severe weather threat moves on through. So let's take this full screen for a moment and then get to the latest severe thunderstorm warning right now that has just been issued. That is for, it takes a second as we're looking at this in real time. That is for Ashland, Holmes, Knox County until 9:30 p.m. That particular storm is for Knox County up to a 3/4 inch hail and winds over 60 miles an hour. That's something that we're watching there very closely. Knox County, it's been further off toward the eastern part of the storms so far today, but now unfortunately getting in on the action this evening. So that is that's Knox County for you with the latest storm right there. So let's go back and take a look at the radar scan for you and kind of go through some of those questions. Actually, let me put a loop on that, moving east at 60. So this one in particular is picking up some steam right now. We're going to track that as it moves east at 60. Let me get the tracker there. Oops. Try one thing. Give me 1 second, please. Let me get off of this particular storm and then move this radar scan. Just took a little bit of a hiccup on me. So there is Mount Vernon. There is areas, eastern parts. We were just talking about Marlborough County a moment ago, and now Knox County is that storm. And interestingly enough, Aaron, we got done saying a couple of times how these storms don't behave. You know, there's no real guidebook or rule.
Yeah, they just kind
now
of do
60
their own
miles
thing.
an hour. So
okay.
Earlier it was 35, 30 or 40 miles an hour. So Sonnenberg 826 right now. Mount Vernon, you've got 10 minutes. Gambier 841. Glenmont and Millersburg heading east over toward near Coshocton County at 9:05 and then Coshocton at 9:15. So that's that particular storm cell right there.
Looks like we got a report some trees knocked over in the Westerville area.
Let's focus on that right now. That storm has moved through Westerville right now, but some trees knocked down in a particular location or
I can find out.
Sure,
Yeah,
appreciate that. And we're getting some messages coming in on 614-460-3345. We're also going to try and check onto our Facebook page for some comments there. And just to keep everybody up to speed, we don't want your reports if you're at harm's way or put yourself at risk. Please don't do that. But if after the storm passes by, you can give us a report or do so from a safe location. We would certainly like to hear from you. And if it's severe enough, we will send it along to the National Weather Service as part of their storm reporting protocol. Just right now, focusing on this cell, just some very heavy rain around Whitehall, around the airport, around Blacklick. And this storm moving east, probably a little slower than 60, but I'm going to put a track on it. Somebody asked about Fairfield County. We're going to get to that in a second. Let's just move this a little further to the south. I want to make sure that we can fit all the names that are going to show up on this particular track right now. So we'll zoom in just a bit there, capturing areas in Licking and Fairfield County, and probably parts of Pickaway County too. Starting up to the north and drawing back down just northeast of Clarksburg, and then moving that at about 40 miles an hour. So Groveport 830, Asheville 835, Pickerington 840, Circleville 847. Baltimore 856, Buckeye Lake right along I-70 at 9 o'clock. You got about a half hour in Buckeye Lake. Lancaster a little longer, Bern, Bremen, and Hopewell. Now Bremen was on our hit list earlier at 9:19 p.m. for Bremen and 9:23 for Hopewell. Question just came in. I saw that in real time about Upper Arlington. So let's go take a look there. In Upper Arlington.
Starting to clear pretty quickly.
It is.
Still some heavy rain, but backside of it.
Yeah. Upper Arlington, very confident that you and everybody to the west, Hilliard, Plain City, Prairie Township, West Jeff, around Galloway, you are in the clear from the worst weather, from the severe weather right now. Still technically a severe thunderstorm warning for you, but behind that, we're just seeing a lot of rain. A lot of rain and not much, if anything, in the way of any severe weather. No warnings behind this initial line, and that's a little bit of good news.
Yeah, it looks like at least the heaviest of the activity and maybe the strongest winds are kind of right over the John Glenn International Airport.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Probably can.
I was looking to see if there's any. I know it looks like some flights did just take off, but nothing landing right now. So could also be that period of time where don't have as many flights coming in at this time. But still, if there is a
little unsettling,
likely some circling going on with some of the flights, probably if they're trying to land, they're probably not going to be able to land for at least 20, 30 minutes.
Yeah, so I got a note here for Delaware. Delaware, you're in the clear. Severe weather threat is only really moving east towards Sunbury and Galena, moving out of Delaware County. So if you're in Delaware, you're going to get some gusty winds and some rain and maybe some lightning and thunder, but for the most part, you are going to be in the clear from the severe weather, and that is good news. Fairfield is the storm headed toward Fairfield, going to be severe. I have every reason to believe that it will be, yes. And appreciate the comments coming back, and we'll do our best to get to all of them. Fairfield right now, we just put a track on that, but I'll do it again, just focusing on Fairfield County. You can just give me 1 second to get an accurate speed on that because it's not constant. It's changing a little bit. That's moving southeast at about 45. Starting up near the airport and then southeast at 45.
Yeah, I think the northern end's probably moving a little bit quicker. The whole
you can
system,
see that,
energy is kind of pulling out ahead. That's why if you look at the radar picture, if you're watching us right now, you can kind of see the northern end's further east than the southern end, so it's got a little bit more steam with it.
Yeah, and that's earlier. You're right. You're spot on. That observation earlier this evening. That line was almost directly north to south, and now it's not. Now it's not. So we had a question about Genoa Township. We'll get up there and take a closer look. Areas and parts. There's Genoa Township, Galena, Sunbury, Westerville. Some thunderstorms to your south, but they're moving away. They're moving away from Genoa Township, Orange Township. So that is some good news there as we're looking at this particular storm system. Really, as we talked about, what about Sunbury? We're literally right there. Great timing, great question. Yeah. Severe weather moving through toward Condit, Centerburg, Croton, and Johnstown, and over near Utica, but clearing out. Even though there's a lot of lightning behind this cell, you can see around Delaware, most of that, again, severe weather. In terms of the wind, is to the east.
Yeah, and not as much lightning as there has been with some of the storms, especially when we have those higher humidity days. Usually we get a lot of lightning. It looks like some of the cells further to the south and west, maybe a little bit more. I did step outside just kind of check on what was going on, and there was pretty good downpour. Only one rumble of thunder at the time. That was about 10 minutes ago, and the rain was pretty straight down, so there wasn't as much wind. That was after the core of the wind had passed through. So once that wind does hit and start to subside, things are going to be A-okay after that.
Yeah. And another interesting thing we just talked about, and as I expanded this, I didn't really notice it until I zoomed out. If we can go back just for a second to weather one and take a look at, there's a lot of lightning back to the west here.
Yeah, that little area.
Yeah, this is not severe weather, but when I said you're out of the woods and mentioned a lot of counties and communities, I was strictly referring to the severe weather threat. As I said, it's not going to be a light switch where it goes back to blue sky and comfortable temperatures. Quite the opposite. You're still in for some downpours and winds. And I don't necessarily think that widespread flooding will be a problem, but in areas that are saturated from weekend or early week rain, you just don't want to see this.
Yeah. And I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there's maybe at least some street flooding, some ponding on the road, areas where storm drains are not clear. If you know one of those areas where it tends to get underwater pretty quickly,
might be one of those cases.
That's probably what's going to happen. Yeah. It looks like we got a new severe thunderstorm warning. So basically, they're just extending the warnings further down the line, which is not surprising. These storms are still holding together enough, producing winds up to 60 miles per hour. Like we've been talking about, there's been a weakening trend. but they are still strong enough that we could still at least see 60 miles per hour wind gusts. We're not seeing the 70 mile per hour wind gusts that we had earlier this evening. There was a report of 69 mile per hour gusts around Dayton earlier, just before 7 p.m. Then they did start to weaken just a little bit. So new severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Licking County until 9:30. They were talking about winds up to 60 miles per hour again. Storm is moving east at 40 right now. So kind of fluctuating, as you know, Jerry, you talked about. They're kind of going up and down. They have a mind of their own, basically. And the speed and duration is going to be kind of changing, sort of a little ebb and flow with these storms. So 40, 45 miles per hour seems like a pretty safe bet for most of these storms right now for the entire speed.
It is.
Like another one.
Yes, it just, unfortunately, severe thunderstorm warnings just keep on coming. We're doing our best to keep you up to speed here. And thank you for joining us this evening on 10 TV Plus and on 10 TV. Earlier today, we were just bringing everybody up to speed as we like to do, and a little bit of inside baseball on 10 TV Plus, and wouldn't you know it, during that time there was a tornado warning for Crawford County. Now we're just kind of walking you through and watching this line as it moves through central Ohio. So areas around Pataskala, Etna, Granville, Newark between now and 8:56. Frazeysburg, 9:17, Hopewell and Riverview getting further off toward the east, Coshocton County, and then east over toward parts of Muskingum County, those areas between now and 9:27. So that's what we're looking at, and our concern continues to be because of wind being the main threat, something that we're watching and concerned about. So we do appreciate the questions from everybody coming back in. Let's take a look at some more of those questions right now. If I can.
And I will say both of those warnings for Licking County, Coshocton County, and Muskingum County, they go until 9:30. For that 60 mile per hour wind potential. So those are the two latest warnings that have come in here just in the last couple of minutes from the Weather Service.
Some good information. I got some reports around Mansfield of trees down on a fence. Anthony had sent something in. I don't know if he got a location. Let me get Marion in the clear. He said there are some branches and stuff. Neighbor's fence almost got blown off. That's in Marion. That was a report from earlier. Heavy rain and wind in Pataskala. Thank you for the update, Corey. Anthony, be safe. Yes, that's why we're doing what we're doing right now. So we got a couple of questions, Aaron, around Pike County. Need a little bit of a track on that if we can.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and if we can switch to weather 2, I can go ahead and put a tracker on that.
Let's do that. Pike County, and also another one was got a lot of. Appreciate the comments, by the way. Really helpful. And Athens County, I just talked about Pickaway County, so Pike County and Athens, putting a track on there and we'll get you up to speed.
Yeah, and so let's go ahead and take a look at that. So all these storms have moved off to the south end. There we go. All these storms have moved pretty quickly through the area. So we had some of the higher wind gusts further to the west along the I-75 corridor, still getting some rain now, but the main line now advancing a little bit further ahead. So let's go ahead and put a track on this area of storms that we're watching here. So let's go ahead and bring this back over here. So looking towards the south and east. So this area, it has weakened just a little bit further, but this area down to the south, just west of Chillicothe, still potential for those high winds up to near 60 miles per hour. And those are moving to the south and east at about 45 miles per hour. So go ahead and putting a track on this whole line. We'll extend it all the way down to the south and east at about 40. Let's bring that back to about there. So around Circleville, around 8:43. So pretty much happening just in the next 5 minutes. Around the Frankfort area, 8:49. Chillicothe, 9:06. Huntington, around 9:10. And getting closer to Logan, around 9:19. So these are going to be moving to the south and east, getting eventually closer to Pike County as well. I would say a little bit further to the south and west as that complex moves further east. That's going to be getting closer to Pike County probably just after 10 p.m. for that area of the storms. The area further to the north, these are also moving at about the same speed. So putting another track on this area here, moving a little bit further to the east as compared to southeast at around 40 say about 43 miles per hour. So that's getting that into Pickerington around 8:41, Granville 8:45, Newark area by 8:54, Buckeye Lake about 8:57, and areas around Coshocton at 9:25, and Zanesville around just about 9:30 is when that storm is going to hit. And this is the front edge of the storm. That's when the wind and the heavy rainfall is going to be hitting. So it's going to hit right away, right as the storm is moving in. You're going to see some dark clouds rolling in, and they're going to pass overhead, and then the heavy rain and the wind's going to hit, and it's not going to last very long. These storms are moving at about 40 miles per hour, so you might have the heavy rainfall a little bit longer than the wind. The wind may subside, it might hit and then start to diminish. So that's the good news, but that it's not lasting that long, but it doesn't take that long for it to cause some problems. It could knock down some branches, could cause some power outage issues as well. And that's what we have already seen in some other parts of the area here over the last couple of hours. So I want to go ahead and look at actually some of the storm reports here too. So I'm going to go ahead and switch over to that. If we can, let's take a look at our reports. There we go. So we'd had a report of about 56 mile per hour wind gusts. That one right there, that was in Dublin, 56 mile per hour wind gusts. There was another one in London that was about 60 miles per hour. So we haven't seen many more reports. And if you are watching us right now here on 10 TV Plus, if you have any reports of any damage in your area, once the storm has passed and it's safe to do so, you can send us a message. If you have any pictures, any trees that were knocked down, any sort of damage, even if it's just a few branches, let us know and we can relay that information to the National Weather Service, and we'll start to see more severe weather reports start to show up here on the map as we are tracking that main line of storms still rolling through the area here for the next, really the next few hours. That severe thunderstorm watch, if you're just tuning in right now, we have a severe thunderstorm watch that is in effect until 10 p.m. for central Ohio, but a new severe thunderstorm watch was extended further to the south and east, and that does include a larger part of southeastern and really eastern Ohio, even getting into West Virginia until 3 o'clock in the morning.
So one of the things, Aaron, we've been watching is this ongoing severe weather threat. I don't think, we talked about this earlier, there might be every single county in Ohio at some point today is going to see a severe thunderstorm warning. Just the extent of that line. Earlier in Indiana is a little bit longer state, north to south across the entire state. Illinois the same as that raced through this afternoon. So when things are said and done, it'll certainly be worth a little bit of a look back. But the main threat, as it has been and as it still is because of the wind. We talked about, and it's a very subtle, but it's an important thing that we've noticed overall, that this trend, even with that extension of the severe thunderstorm watch, the trend has been for a slight decrease in the intensity of the storms. And that's important. We're talking about 75 mile an hour gusts. That's hurricane wind. We're talking about 55 mile an hour gusts. That's kind of, highway speeds. And then lower than that is just an inconvenience. So it's subtle, but it's important. And it's kind of what we expected as that storms move east. We're losing the heat of the day. Their atmosphere is kind of worked over. On the flip side of that, and we'll take weather main full for just a second, I still am impressed by the storms. We'll track these for you in a second. But if we're looking off to the west, there's not a ton, but earlier this evening, for example, this frame of reference had 1,000 lightning flashes. So now that's decreasing. But back around Marysville, about Fountain, around Cedarville and London, and back toward Washington Courthouse, there's still some new lightning showing up behind that. So
just kind of on the backside.
Still some instability, but not severe.
Some moderate rainfall, but still some rumbles of thunder, some lightning as well. And one thing that I am kind of looking at the radar picture, and I think what's actually happening too, aside from the heating of the day, the storms are losing a little bit of steam. But Jerry, if you zoom out a little bit, just kind of statewide view, showcasing what's happening here, and the main core of energy with the storm has really shifted further to the north. And what I think also is happening is these storms are tracking further to the east. So the energy is right up in here. We had some stronger thunderstorms. We're getting a little bit more higher wind potential, even a tornado warning there just in the southwestern part of the Cleveland metro. So the energy, the core of the energy is kind of pushing this way. Meanwhile, these storms are kind of going this way, so they're not containing that energy. So they're starting to lose a little bit of the steam because they're not, I think they're kind of becoming a little disorganized.
Yeah, and that's something we've watched too. So we appreciate everybody joining us on 10 TV Plus. We're going to stay on here for extended coverage for quite a while. So kind of just bear with us as we kind of get some reports in real time. One of the things that we like to do as we're taking a bit of a breath right now, Aaron, is going through both the phone number at the bottom of the screen and also our Facebook page. And that allows us to, the 10 TV Facebook page,
Yep.
if you send us a just an inline comment, not a direct message, so text message to that number.
Yep. Don't call it. Text it.
614-460-3345 or the 10 TV Facebook page. It's good to hear from you what you're experiencing when you can do that safely. Pictures and video, we don't want to hear about those, but also we like to answer your questions. So
Yep.
we'll get to a few of those. So
Yeah, the nice, really cool thing about technology nowadays is we can answer you guys in real time. If you have any question, even if you just want to tell us what's happening in your location, like, hey, I'm getting heavy rainfall, there's a lot of lightning and stuff happening, let us know. We
Yeah.
appreciate it.
yeah, because we're here. And we've got access to a lot of computers and stuff, but there's nothing that takes the place of your ground observations. And the other underlying thing to all that is safely. We don't want anybody going and putting themselves at risk to get a cool picture or hail or rain. That can wait.
Yep.
Keep you safe right now. So let's go to Weather Maine. I'm going to hop in there and track a couple of storms, and heard something whirring on the printer right now. Maybe that'll provide a little bit of an update for you. We are looking at these storms continuing, and this has been the case and very well will continue to be the case, where we're watching this line of thunderstorms continually producing severe weather. Now, it's ebbed and flowed a little bit. There were some earlier tornado warnings. That would be the upper end of the severe weather. And then where you see these general areas with the orange outlines and the shaded orange, those are severe thunderstorm warnings. And the criteria is one of two things. It's either hail up to an inch or winds over 55 miles an hour. So not insignificant, but it's not quite to the level of a tornado. Still, take these storms seriously, as it's really affecting the entire viewing area at some point. So we're going to take a little bit of a tour along this line of the radar and then detail some of the warnings as well as they move through. We're coming up on 8:45 on this evening, and we're looking at a continuation of those particular cells. We're going to put this into on-air mode for us and get a little bit of activity there. It's just not cooperating as it was earlier today. Maybe, there we go. Thank you very much, Aaron. If you kickstarted that for me, I appreciate it. Start off toward the north right now, northern parts of the viewing area. Again, there's Millersburg, and then to the south, we're looking at Danville, Mount Vernon. So these are areas in and around Knox County and Loudonville. Everybody's familiar up around Mohican State Park. As we look a little further off toward the south, we're just going to take a couple of seconds here, a couple of minutes, and just walk along this line. Mount Vernon, the western part of Knox County, western third, I should say, you're fine. Mount Gilead, Marengo, Delaware County, it's still raining. It's still some gusty winds and some lightning, but you're fine. And then further off toward the south, the worst cell I'm looking at right now is in central and southern parts of Licking County, and then extending back down toward areas in Fairfield County. So let's zoom in closer still, probably putting some streets and some names in some of those spots for you, getting a little more familiar. Everybody knows, of course, Utica and Velvet Ice Cream. South of that, around St. Louisville, that's the worst storm right there. So we zoomed in, so just give you some perspective. We're just going to move right along some of these particular landmarks and some of these particular towns. Obviously, Purity, Hickman, and Newark, and even toward Perryton. A little bit longer lead time there. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue. Possibility of some gusty winds, of course, some lightning, and even some small hail, not out of the question. But the main threat from these storms still will be the wind. And that's the threat right now, right down 13 between St. Louisville and around Newark. Then further off toward the south, there's Granville and Heath. The cell centered right between that triangle, Granville, Hebron, back toward Kirkersville, just north of I-70 right there. Fresh lightning flash just northeast of Alexandria. So we're looking at this core of the storm right now that's just southeast of Route 16. That's east of Pataskala. Probably got rocked pretty good for about a 15 or 20 minute window. Now, if you're over toward Atherton, Heath, Buckeye Lake, or points just along Interstate 70, you want to look out for that particular storm. And also the other near neighbor to the south. This one looks a little more ominous right now, and is still producing the same as its neighbors. Some gusty winds and some heavy rain, some lightning and some thunder, and of course the possibility of some small hail. Millersport, Thurston, and Pleasantville, Baltimore right on the edge. You're probably getting it right now, but Millersport, Thurston, and Pleasantville have a little bit more time as we look further off toward the south. So you see the radar updating in real time. I'm going to zoom out just a bit rather than continuing to zoom out. I should do. There we go. Zoom out just a bit rather than continue to pan along that line. And you see that extension, a little concerning right now. We've really not seen anything in Chillicothe. and south of that line. That's going to change in Ross and Pike County very, very soon. Take a look down there, and then we'll work back up the line and give you a little bit of a track right now. So panning that southern part of the line. I don't know, Aaron, if you can give me a better guess, or an educated guess, I should say, of how fast those particular storms are moving down across the south. We're probably going to go beyond the actual warnings, but it's worth giving our friends in Ross and Pike County a heads up.
Yeah, so the newest warning is for those storms moving at about 30 miles per hour.
In which direction?
So those are moving to the east at 30.
All right.
So pretty slow. That's for Brown, Adams, Highland, and Ross counties until 9:15, that latest warning. So not moving, again, what we talked about, Jerry, is the southern extent, not moving as fast as the northern extent.
No, and that's a problem, because as much as we want these things to get out of here in a hurry, that line moving at different speeds can create some interesting or disruptive or severe weather in between some of those different cells. So it's something we're watching right now, but we are looking at areas that are not currently under a severe thunderstorm warning, but if past performance is an indication of what's going to happen, they will be. So around South Salem and Marshall and Barrett's Mills between now and 9:14, about 25 minutes from now. Around Bainbridge and Chillicothe and Latham and Huntington, 9:24 to 9:44 as that storm moves off toward the east. So taking a look at that right now. Still light outside in some spots, looking at the cameras around the horn. Wet roadways everywhere, some lightning and some downpours. And as we talked earlier, these storms really putting down some heavy rain and some wind and reducing visibility in a very short period of time. If you know somebody that's out, if you're out or going out or coming home or by chance listening to us, just be careful. Pull over, flashers on, go slow, and even after the rain has subsided, be on the lookout for a couple of things. That casual water that's left on the road, that just doesn't go away in a split second. That's going to remain a bit of a challenge on wet roadways through this evening and even after midnight tonight, and also areas that might have some runoff. So it might be just fine for a while, then you might run into some water that's moving across the road. Again, just exercise some caution, especially since we're about 15 minutes away from sunset. Once things begin to get dark, it might become a little more of a concern in terms of that wet weather being left over from the storms that have moved on in. So I'm going to do one more track here, then I'll turn it over to Aaron for a minute. Let's zoom out just to the northeast. If I can just click that, a little bit of a trouble there. There we go. This one cell we're looking at really to the south and west. This is, as you mentioned earlier, and kind of the storm's energy still is intense, but moving and kind of splitting. The southern part slowing down. This area hasn't seen any activity really for the past several hours. And even though we're after sunset, probably some very intense thunderstorms there. At the moment, there are no severe thunderstorm warnings for Ross and Pike County, but I fully expect in the next 30 or 60 minutes they will be. Further off toward the north of that line, the worst weather, now we're going to call the all clear for areas around Franklin County. That's a bit of good news, but areas to the east, we're watching that back edge. Columbus, no longer under a severe thunderstorm warning. That's good news. And points all to the west, yeah, you're getting some rain, some downpours, and some lightning and thunder, Delaware, Marion, London, but severe weather threat is quickly diminished for you. Quick look at our track then off toward the east around Newark. I'm going to zoom in there for a second just to give you a closer perspective. That does show the areas are still under concern as these areas in orange. All these are severe thunderstorm warnings, just as a reminder. So putting a track on that as it moves to the east at about 40 miles an hour. Some areas we're watching that probably extend beyond. There's Harbor Hills to the southeast. We're going to get out of the way here and move that at about 40. So that's around Newark at 8:51. That's right now. Black Run, Frazeysburg, 9:07, 9:10. North of Zanesville, now we're getting into Muskingum County at 9:26. Coshocton, 9:27, Plainfield, and then Newcomerstown getting all the way heading out toward Guernsey County as we get through about 10 o'clock this evening. So that's the worst storm that I'm seeing right now, Aaron. If you had a chance to check in with our friends on the text line or on Facebook, or perhaps having some damage reports to kind of let people know what we've been seeing coming into the Weather Center.
Yeah, looking at some of the latest reports that we have, there was a report of a tree down in Mount Liberty area that was in Knox County, covering one of the main highway there. There's also a report of, at least it looks like, some larger branches down. Just getting one of the pictures here. This was from the Sunbury area on Howard Road, with at least some large branches that were knocked down because of those high winds. So that's what we're seeing right now. And this whole line, again, what we're seeing back to the west. So we're still seeing these storms moving through, producing some high wind gusts and potential for those, we can get some large branches knocked down. Not likely going to see as severe of wind gusts that we saw earlier today. If we can switch it to weather 2 and take that full, looking at some of the highest wind gusts, those were a little bit further to the west. Notice all those tree icons that you see there on the map. That indicates where we had some wind damage. So we're talking about some trees knocked down, branches knocked down. That was around Dayton. We also had a couple to the north. North of Columbus, we had some reports of some high winds around Dublin. There was a report of a 56-mile-per-hour wind gust that happened earlier as that whole line was moving through. So we're going to start to see some more reports come in now that the line is passing. And if you are safe to do so, if you're not seeing any activity in your area, but you notice that there's some branches down in your yard, send us a message. You can again text the number, or you can send us a message on Facebook. If you have any damage in your area, if you know of any in your neighborhood, just let us know what's happening in that area, just so we can see, gives us a better visual, better picture of what's been happening across the area. We can see the radar picture, but radar only tells us one thing: how much rain is happening, how high the winds could be gusting, but we don't know exactly what has happened until we see the proof for ourselves. The photos that you can share with us, any photos or video, again, once it is safe to do so, wait until the line of storms has passed. There's no danger of lightning, and you can do so. Again, send us that on Facebook here as we continue to track these storms. So they are moving to the east. Again, like I said earlier, if you're just joining us right now here, time is just before 9 p.m. We're at 8:54 and watching a large complex of storms. Then this northern end is moving a lot faster than the southern end. We were talking about this earlier when we really started tracking these storms just before 7 p.m. They were really straight north and south. Notice now this end is further to the east than the southern end, way back to the west. So these are moving a lot slower, and that could be a problem for areas in southern Ohio where we've already had a lot of heavy rainfall in the last week or so. There was some issues with some flooding around the Circleville area, some flooding around not too far from Lancaster because of some slow moving thunderstorms. And now we're going to get some more storms that maybe not moving as slow, but could still produce some heavy downpours and maybe lead to some minor street flooding here this evening into the early part of tonight.
So that's one of the things been watching here very closely, the different movement of the storm line. We just have a new severe thunderstorm warning right now that takes us over toward extension of the earlier one we were just talking about, that Fairfield, Hocking, Pickaway, and Ross County. The threat is still the same for high winds over 60 miles an hour and hail around 1/2 to 3/4 of an inch. This is not a significant severe thunderstorm or considerable, which is good news. And this storm moving east at 50 miles an hour. So once again, it's not exactly the same speed all up and down the line. We have seen some reports too. I'm going to get off of this for a second and then show that latest warning, a bit larger scale right now. We've been watching a lot of reports coming back in. Trees down, had some reports in and around Fayette County, some trees down. Perhaps we can also let people let us know by way of cell phone in the text line, 614-460-3345, or send us a message on the 10 TV Facebook page, a comment there if they have power. That's one of the things we're looking at right now. Fayette County Emergency Management been out clearing trees and roads. Multiple power outages in Fayette County. The timing and the speed of the winds, 60 to 70 mile an hour wind speeds were the estimate for the National Weather Service in Fayette County as those storms moved on through. So that was about an hour and a half ago, Aaron, as those storms were in that location, but now they're moving to the east.
Yeah, and still looking pretty intense. I mean, there's a couple, looking at the radar there, there's a couple cores where we might be getting some pockets of some higher winds, and not really as concerned about, I think, the tornado potential as we were earlier.
Be careful what you say.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's still a chance. We have to kind of keep an eye on that. But right now, we're not seeing any sort of indication of at least embedded rotation. These storms are kind of gusting out. They're weakening a little bit as well, but they are still strong enough that they are severe. And that is why the Weather Service is still issuing these severe thunderstorm warnings down the line to give you ample time to give you a heads up, at least 45 minutes. But we've, been tracking these storms, for the last several hours, moving in from Illinois. They developed pretty quickly earlier this afternoon. Watched them race across Indiana, moved into Ohio just I think it was just before 6 p.m., around 6 p.m.
Yep.
They crossed the border.
Yep, right
and then
I-75.
got to I-75, and then now they're moving through central Ohio and continuing to track to the east. And I know you made a good point about it earlier. It'd be interesting to see if the entire state
at some point
has some sort of warning, and we'll have to go back and see that once all is said and done.
It's unfortunate, but it's probably going to come to pass.
Yeah.
Let's take weather main full for a second, because you'd mentioned the threat for tornadoes. And one of the things we look at kind of peering inside the radar, what you see here is a lot of red. And you probably don't see this on your cell phone because it's not something you see on your app, but you might see it on TV. And what we're looking at right now is looking along the leading edge of that, Aaron, for areas that are green and red next to each other. That basically says within the thunderstorm that we're looking at some winds going green toward the radar and red away. I'm not seeing that, so that just kind of supports the point that you had mentioned about the likelihood, or at least at this moment, at coming 9 o'clock, of tornadoes being low, which is good news. Yeah,
and hopefully we don't see any more things like that. I think based on how the storms have been progressing over the last hour or so, if there is going to be any tornado potential, I think it's going to stay a little bit further to the north now. I think there might still be a tornado warning up around the Cleveland metro. Looks like that was discontinued, or is that?
Yeah, that still is.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a tornado warning that is for just west of downtown Cleveland, a little bit out, certainly outside of our viewing area, but concerning. Interesting, that probably was a similar family of cells that went through Crawford and Wyandotte County about 60 to 90 minutes ago. So we're looking at that. So look at a big picture for you here. We're seeing some reports, and we appreciate that when people can safely send us a report. Do not do it during the throes of the storm right now.
Yep.
Where you're getting some information from where are those?
Yeah, I got
from?
some branches down in the Mansfield area. So at least a couple, and then there's, let's see, you got a couple more photos. Oh, okay, some.
Oh yeah, it looks like
a nice
a
shelf
wall
cloud.
cloud.
Yeah,
Shelf cloud.
So that was from the Fallsburg, Ohio area. So pretty ominous sight. We were watching that on the tower cam earlier when that storm was passing over downtown Columbus, and had a pretty ominous structure to it. Thankfully, it wasn't a concern in terms of tornadic activity, but we did still see those high wind gusts. And what you're looking at right now on the map here, this is showing at least some of those high wind gusts. The one that you see there on the northwest side of the metro, that was a 56-mile-per-hour wind gust in Dublin. So I'm going to go ahead and just click on some of these just so kind of go through some of the different reports that we have had so far. These are all coming in from the National Weather Service. So if you have any reports of severe weather in your area, if you have any trees that are knocked down, if there was a power outage or anything like that, feel free to send us a message. We'll relay that information to the Weather Service, and we'll start to see some more reports coming in from across central Ohio. So again, 56-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That was just around 8 p.m. in Dublin earlier this evening. And looking back further to the west, we also had some more high wind reports. There was also looks like some tree damage around Marysville. So that was a large tree down on a house in Marysville at 7:30, likely because of winds over 60 miles per hour. Another report from the London area, that was of winds gusting up to 53 miles per hour. And then a lot more damage looks like further to the west, but even further north, around the Mansfield area, just west and east, there is a report of large tree limbs down and snapped, and another report further east of Mansfield looks like a estimated 4-foot diameter tree. That's a pretty large tree that was knocked down.
4-foot diameter?
4-foot diameter.
Loudonville, yeah, it's up by Mohican State Park.
Yeah.
That's impressive and not good.
Yeah, that's really, I mean, that's a large tree. So those are the reports so far. Again, if you have anything to send to us, even if you just want to, you don't even have to take a photo. If you have just a message like you saw some branches down in your yard, that's helpful. Let us know what you see. It
is, when you can do it safely, of course. And we're seeing reports coming into our newsroom of, I'm going to say, thousands of folks without power from AEP, Delaware, Hardin, Franklin, Marion, Crawford County. Also reports of a tree down around Grove City, Addison Place. Some ominous looking clouds coming through Commercial Point, and also some power outages from South Central Power. Had a couple of pictures from the Clippers game, and there's the concert. I forget the artist's name.
Hosier.
Hosier at historic Crew Stadium. 8 o'clock. They never go on time, of course, so it might be a blessing that they aren't, but that it's going to be raining there for a while if you have friends or family or relatives that are at the concert. Hopefully the show will go on, but it's going to be a pretty soggy evening.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, some power outages. I just pulled up the AEP outage map, and they're reporting 13,000 customers without power across the state. So a lot of them in the Franklin County area, of course, as we had that storm roll through. There's some power outages in and around Columbus in the metro. So crews are going to be out there working to restore it. It's going to take some time since it is still raining. There is still some activity. As looking at the radar picture behind me, we're still getting some moderate rainfall, and even that secondary wave kind of coming in behind it. There was a question asking about that secondary wave of rain. It's not severe. What you see there around, just west of Columbus, Marysville area, it's just moderate rainfall. There may be a couple rumbles of thunder, but it's not going to be severe. The first storms that move through, those are the severe ones. After that, things are going to start to wind down.
That's good news, Aaron. I brought you over a bottle of water because you've been talking for about 3 hours and I don't know that you've taken a drink. So
yeah,
go ahead and grab that here. I'm going to go into
yet.
the chroma key and do some additional tracking of these particular storms. What I'm showing you right now is a screen that does not have any radar on it, just to kind of peel that away and show you the severe thunderstorm warnings that are left. And a couple things to keep in mind, and you've probably seen that at some point this evening, or at least heard us mention it. An average or normal severe thunderstorm warning, that is winds of 55 miles an hour or greater and up to 1 inch or greater hail. Where you see the orange outline, that is your severe thunderstorm warning. National Weather Service has been distinguishing or determining different levels of severe thunderstorm warnings. If it has a yellow outline, that is a considerable or destructive severe thunderstorm with winds over 70 miles an hour. Earlier today, every single severe thunderstorm warning in Indiana was yellow, meaning that that line was producing over 70-mile-an-hour winds. And unfortunately, we also saw some with rotation that might lead at times to some tornado warnings. So that's kind of the area of the enhanced severe thunderstorm warning scale. What we're seeing now where you live, eastern parts of Knox County and extreme northern parts of Coshocton County are in the yellow. That's the worst storm that we're seeing. You do see the lack of any severe thunderstorm warnings: Mount Vernon, Delaware, Marion, Columbus, Circleville, Washington Courthouse, London, West Jeff, and back to the west. Yes, you're getting some rain, some rumbles, some wind. It's uncomfortable and unsettling, but the severe weather threat is moving to the east and doing so at a pretty good clip. We still are technically under a severe thunderstorm watch for another hour for much of the metro until 3 o'clock in the morning for areas south and east, but I fully expect that with time that area will be taken down. So now we're going to layer in the radar for you. You can kind of get some perspective. A little bit surprised that nothing is in effect for Ross County around Chillicothe, and as we speak, additional severe thunderstorm warnings are here, so we'll take a look at those and get you the latest information there. And again, not a surprise at all that this area continues, almost focusing solely on Perry County for that latest, and also Morgan County at the northwest corner. That is until 9:30. That is for severe thunderstorm, again, producing winds over 55 miles an hour. In this case, hail, not a primary threat of less than a ½ inch. And as soon as you have a speed error, and just call it out like a bingo caller, and we'll put a track on that.
East at 45.
East at 45. So let's zoom in on that particular storm. And that's kind of been the average in terms of the speed of these storms, is about 45 miles an hour. Some are a little faster, some were a little slower. But let's just zoom in there, and we'll just take you through this entire line. Zanesville, New Lexington, Logan. So we're talking about Muskingum County, Perry County, Hocking County are where these additional warnings are issued. Another one's issued right now. So let's put a track on this first, and then we'll come back to this latest warning for you. You said about 45 miles an hour, so we'll put a track on that. And what we've been doing all the evening is simply identifying the entire line, not just an individual point, because the entire line has the threat or the possibility of producing some severe weather. So you said about 45, so we'll draw that out at about 45 miles an hour. Hopewell 912, Good Hope 914, Zanesville 923, New Concord 940, Cambridge, Guernsey County 948, McConnellsville, Morgan County 955, and then Meigsville down closer to the Ohio River as the storm moves east. A few of these latter communities and towns not technically in any warnings yet, but as we've seen, it just keeps on coming to the east. So you got a little longer lead time, McConnellsville and Cambridge and New Concord, about 30 minutes plus. So be on the lookout there as those strong thunderstorms move on in. Where was that latest warning at, Aaron? Any heads up on that?
Yeah, that one was further to the south. That was for the Pike County area, Adams County, Brown County, Highland.
Got it.
Ross County.
How about a speed on that?
45 miles per hour as well.
All right.
So seems like most of the line maybe now moving about the same speed, at least the southern and central part of the line.
And that's a little bit of good news as long as it stays. One of the things we're watching, from appearance sake, this does look a little bit ominous, a little bit ugly, because it's got a couple of area pockets within that entire line. So we're just going to put a track on the leading edge of that for you, moving east at about 45 miles an hour. So that puts areas around Winchester, Cherry Fork, and Peebles, 910, 920, 927. Around Raritan and Waverly, getting down toward Pike County, 943 and 944. Severe thunderstorm warning, seek shelter, stay away from windows, go to an interior room. You don't need to necessarily take pictures or videos. We don't want to see those right now, especially now that it's after dark, and around Big Rock at 10 o'clock. Again, just be careful out there from any one of these storms. And just because right now we're looking at winds up till about 55 or 60 miles an hour, that's still significant. Think of the things that can blow around in that kind of breeze, the damage that might be done. The main threat, as we've been talking about from these storms, has been the possibility of some gusty winds putting down some power lines, and that still is the main threat from these particular storms. And really the entire line has the possibility of doing just that. So that's one of the things that we're really concerned about right now. Around Brush Creek, main bridge getting into parts of our viewing area. That's the area we're watching right now. So be on the lookout there. Further off toward the north, we'll zoom in a little closer to that particular cell, or try to. Give me a second to get back on track there, and zoom out and then move up to the north. These areas we're watching just to the west of Huntington and Bainbridge. That cell still has a severe thunderstorm warning with it, and the threats still are the same, and that wind is the primary category of concern. Actually, I take that back. This particular cell does not have a severe thunderstorm warning associated with it, but everybody around it does. So just for the safe side, south of Frankfort toward Chillicothe, not under a warning at this moment, but there's every reason just to be careful. Gusty winds, heavy rain, some lightning, some downpours, still likely, if not guaranteed, in Chillicothe. And just because it doesn't reach 55 or 60 miles an hour doesn't mean you're not in for a rough evening. So be on the lookout there. So any other damage reports or any other items coming in from our friends on Facebook or that text line, Aaron?
Yeah, just looking at some of those. There's a power outage by the airport, pole hit on 5th Avenue.
Okay.
A massive tree, a large tree down in front of the Licking Memorial Hospital in Newark. And then Western Pike County. Oh, let me see what else we got here. Those are the latest ones so far. There's a power outage in Pataskala.
Not surprising, as that's just moved on through.
Yep, those are the most recent ones
Okay.
that I've seen so far. Let's see what the Weather Service also has.
Go ahead, take a look and just shout it out as it comes into play. One thing I noticed, and some of the models were hinting at this earlier, I didn't totally buy into it, but it looks like it might be coming to fruition for part of it. Conventional wisdom or common meteorological knowledge would say that there's only a finite amount of energy in the atmosphere. These severe thunderstorms, for the most part, just kind of raced on through all the way across the entire state. We are seeing some, the point I'm going to make is back to the southwest of this line, there appears to be some additional storms forming right now. Not sure that they're anything severe, but we're going to put that into motion for you and just show the progression of this line as moved into Ohio, this area to the back, which still has a little bit of lightning and some downpours, and then this little pocket of instability southeast of Indianapolis. Watching that closely, I'm not overly concerned about that, but it's interesting nevertheless that areas that might have been rain or thunderstorm free for a couple of hours might be in for yet another round of disruptive weather as we go for the middle part of the night into the wee hours of the morning. So that's just something that caught my attention right now as this line moves to the east. And one thing you'll definitely notice in watching this loop, and I'll zoom in while it's in motion, is that, and it's one of the really interesting things about a linear event in these thunderstorms, is that what we're watching right now isn't just the solid north to south line. You'll see pockets of purple and red, then you'll see them fade, and you'll see them grow again. And oftentimes it's really just to be on the safe side that the National Weather Service does paint with a bit of a broad brush when they're issuing their warnings, and that's fine. Because of this so rapidly changing nature of these particular storms, they're always going to be cautious, and that's just good measure for the severe weather threat both this evening and earlier today. So again, just kind of interesting to watch that play out in time. And you'll watch it's, again, not just a straight line, some little pockets of instability and those little pockets of severe weather right along that particular line. I'm going to stop that so nobody thinks they're on an amusement ride right now, and just don't want to have you take the Dramamine, but clearly behind that, we're just looking at some regular showers and some lightning and thunder, but the leading edge of that still is what we're watching most closely, Aaron. So
yeah.
Any observations or anything to add on that particular line?
It's still holding together pretty well, I would say. We are looking at least a couple more reports from the Licking County area. Hanover had a large tree that was blown down across Pinewood Trails Road. That was one of the more recent ones. That was at 8:54 was the time of that report. But looking at the radar picture, you can see the whole complex of storms extends across the entire state from the Cleveland Metro down now east of the Columbus Metro, getting closer towards the Zanesville area. Eventually, it's going to be getting along the I-77 corridor here, I would say, at about the next 30 to 45 minutes as those storms, again, are moving at about 45 miles per hour. So likely going to still see some more reports of some trees knocked down, some large branches knocked down. If you have any reports now that a lot of the storms are now moving a little bit further to the east, if the storms have passed, if you are safe enough to do so, if you see anything in your neighborhood, any branches knocked down, any large trees knocked down, or even if there was a power outage that you know of, feel free to send us a message. You can send that on Facebook, or also you can text the number 614-460-3345. We'll get those notifications right here in the 10 TV Weather Impact Center, and we'll be tracking basically all those reports that we get and relaying them to the National Weather Service as we go through this evening, because there's been a lot of severe weather happening. There's been a lot of high wind reports. We've had reports of wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. We've even seen some 70 mile per hour wind gusts around Interstate 75 earlier this evening. So they are still packing a punch. There is still potential for winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour for anyone that is currently under a severe thunderstorm warning. So again, those warnings are stretching all the way from the eastern Cleveland Metro down through Coshocton, through Zanesville, west of Cambridge now, through Lancaster, through Logan, Chillicothe, and areas further to the south and west are under severe thunderstorm warnings. Almost the entire line is under that severe thunderstorm warning. And again, we're talking about winds 60 to upwards of 65 miles per hour, but I think the higher winds are a little bit more confined to the Cleveland Metro for the time.
And that's unfortunate because they also had a tornado warning there a short while ago, and that's something that was a continuation of the severe weather from Crawford and Wyandotte County about 7:30 to 8 o'clock as that came down. The other interesting thing about this line too, Aaron, as we're watching and kind of taking a 10,000 foot perspective, is that obviously the solid line of warnings, then behind that, but there still is that one little spot. I just don't understand exactly why there's not, obviously it's no warning for that, but
oh yeah,
Frankfort, yeah. Chillicothe, Greenfield, we'll zoom in right there. Just give you a heads up, just treat it as a severe thunderstorm warning because it's no picnic.
Yep, still torrential rainfall, likely still at least some gusts, I would say, 45, 50 miles per hour, maybe as high as 60 still. So even if there's not a warning in effect right now, if you're still getting some storm activity with that main line of storms, there's still going to be some gusty winds. And it doesn't always take 60 mile per hour winds gusts to cause problems. You can still get a power outage. You can still get, think about some trees that maybe are starting to rot a little bit. You get a 40 mile per hour wind gust, 45 even, and that could, just cause a problem. So it doesn't take a lot always, but still usually with us higher wind gusts, that's when we start to see more issues, and that's why we have severe thunderstorm warnings. But if you live in Chillicothe, you're still going to get some heavy rainfall. You're likely still going to get some gusty winds up to near 45, maybe 50 miles per hour here in the next really 5 minutes, 5-10 minutes.
Right, yeah, it's right on top of you right now. So we'll put that into motion for you over the last hour. And one thing that we're watching, another severe thunderstorm warning, we'll get that out in 1 second, but a lot of damage reports coming in. Really appreciate you being careful in sending us those reports at 614-460-3345. Yeah, that area moving off toward the northeast.
Little outflow boundary.
Yeah, I see that showing up around Bainbridge and Waverly, and probably some gusty winds showing up right there. But just be careful everywhere in and around around Ross and Pike counties, especially around Chillicothe. So this latest one, Coshocton County and Muskegon County, that goes for another 12 minutes. Did I see that right? Oh, they extended, I'm sorry, to the east.
Yep,
There
until 10:15.
Until 10:15, yep.
Moving east at 40 miles per hour.
Yeah, wind, hail is not an issue as we would expect, but the wind is up to 60 miles an hour. So that's something that that we're looking at and we'll watch very carefully. So let's kind of clear that out there. There we go. Back to the radar. Seeing some damage reports coming back in too. That's something we've been watching very closely. There's the newest warning right there, just showing up for Coshocton and Muskegon counties. Then all the way to the east, almost to the Panhandle of West Virginia, those additional warnings extend.
Yeah, so I mean, covering a really large area of real estate now with those severe thunderstorm warnings, and most of them, except for the ones further north, really just for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Like you said, not really. I don't think that we've seen any hail. I haven't seen any hail reports at all this evening.
No.
At least in Ohio. There might have been some further to the north and west, but for central Ohio, there hasn't been any reports of hail. There may have been some pea-sized hail at best with some of those stronger cores within the storms, but the biggest concern that we've been really faced with here this evening is those higher wind gusts. And we've seen some damage reports around the Licking County area, Hanover. There was a large tree knocked down. There's also a message that we just got of another large branch knocked down around the Bloomfield area, South Bloomfield. No damage to the house. Thankfully, there was no damage to the house, just a very large branch that snapped when those high winds rolled through.
So it's interesting to get the reports in. We also have our news department has been on point this evening, speaking to folks around Grove City, Marion, Delaware, Marion. No major damage to report in those communities and some of those areas, but it doesn't mean because they're not getting them or they haven't happened, but maybe folks have phones out or they're having some communication problems. But not wishing damage anywhere, of course, but just appreciate the fact that people are able to send some reports in and some pictures before it gets totally dark out there.
Yeah, and thankfully a lot of the activity is now getting a little bit further to the east, and it is, of course, like you mentioned, it is getting dark now, and that's going to be the concern with being able to see anything. And just so if you are under a severe thunderstorm warning, just stay inside. If you are more comfortable in a basement, just stay away from windows. Again, when we have these high winds potential, you just stay away from windows, especially when we're talking about that, a lot of lightning with these storms as well. And just wait out the storm. They're going to be passing pretty quickly since they're moving at about 45 miles per hour. So you might see the strongest winds lasting 5 minutes, maybe as much as 10 minutes, but they're going to be pretty quick. So that's at least the good news. When it comes to the storms, they're going to move through pretty quickly, but it only takes just a couple of minutes to cause some problems in terms of some wind damage like we've already seen. Yeah, and hopefully the weather impact alert that we put out yesterday gave you a heads up, and this is not catching anybody by surprise. Yeah, I think everyone's been aware. Hopefully everyone's kind of taking the precautions today. I know it was nice out earlier this afternoon, and we had some sunshine. We got up into the 80s earlier today. I went paddleboarding over on Buckeye Lake. Oh. So that was actually kind of nice. And then, started watching the storms getting closer to Ohio. So came in and we've been now tracking them here for coming up on 3 hours now. Yeah, since really the news in the evening, and then 7 o'clock we came on 10 TV Plus. The other thing to look at is it's still not taking down this significant severe thunderstorm warning for the eastern parts of Knox County. I think that's just might be because Cleveland office is very busy, but they've extended that warning, of course, for Coshocton, and then for Muskegon County, for Guernsey County, and then down toward Vinton County. I have to assume, and if you look at this now, Aaron, this is even more pronounced than it was just a short while ago. And I'm just going to draw it, not a track, but just to draw a line. Here's the northern edge of the storm, or the line, the southern edge, and then I'm glad I'm not in northern Kentucky right now because that looks gnarly. Yeah, it definitely looks a little bit stronger down there. Yeah, but earlier this evening, I'm not going to, again, do a 6-hour radar loop and cause anybody to be a little bit, get some vertigo. But we're looking at earlier this evening, the line was almost straight north to south. And now it's just an indication of, as we'd expect, the weather is not linear. It doesn't behave in a straight line, and it's not uncommon, but just very easy to illustrate as we look at the bigger picture this evening, how that line is extending. And still that tornado warning southeast of Cleveland right now.
It's going to draw a little
So
bit.
they did extend it out.
Extend it, yeah. Never did want to do that. Whoops. Give me 1 second to kind of restart this. Appreciate the text messages and the images and the references on Facebook. Thank you very much. Very helpful and very much appreciated that you folks are joining us this evening and hopefully being able to share information. Wow, that's a pretty significant tree down. Where's that at, Aaron?
That is in the Mansfield area. That was about 7:45.
All right. Richland County, good. There's a couple of lines here we're watching right now. I still am surprised there's no warning for Ross County, and just looking at that particular cell right now as those two lines kind of merge together. And you had mentioned an outflow boundary. Sometimes the air near the ground from a thunderstorm kind of spreads out faster than the storm itself. So if we can put this into motion for you, you can see a little bit of that showing up right now just northwest of Waverly. And sometimes that is a kind of a focal point for the thunderstorm energy. And there's a ton of lightning down there. We're looking at this particular cell. Not a lot of lightning off toward the north, but there's over 250 strikes in this small little cluster right here, just west of Waverly and northwest of Peebles and around Lucasville.
Yeah, still pretty intense, at least that southern edge. The one thing I've been noticing too, and this might be what's happening a little bit too with the central part of the line, the part that is where we have the severe thunderstorm warning, just east of Chillicothe, up towards the areas around Zanesville, is those storms are weakening a little bit. The reflectivity doesn't seem as high as it once was when it was moving through. So I think what's happening is we're seeing that outflow boundary kind of gusting out and may actually be leading to some sort of weakening, at least in the central part of the line. I still think the northern end around Cleveland is still pretty strong. And then now we're kind of watching that southern end across southern Ohio, areas around Pike County, going to be maybe the focal point too. Good observation and good point. Yeah, it's not something that's normally sustainable forever, and we're eventually going to reach a point where it weakens considerably. But for the second time this evening, Akron is under a tornado warning. Unfortunate for those folks, but that line extends back down toward Coshocton and Dresden and Zanesville and Muskegon County, that arcs back to almost due west toward Chillicothe. At the moment, this line we're watching right here, I'm going to take the lightning off and clean it up a little bit and then put the track on for you. That does show that area that's just beginning to move into southern parts of Ross County and areas around Pike County. Let's get a little bit of a line there for you. And that was about 45 miles an hour unless the speed has changed. So Sunfish, Huntington, Waverly between now and 9:47. Chillicothe and Big Rock at 10:02, and then Jackson in Jackson County and Wellston just moving east of that line between now and 10:20, about 50 minutes from now when that storm will be moving in there. But those areas have not yet seen much, if any, in the way of severe weather. They're going to get their due coming up in the next 60 to 90 minutes. Yeah, and still looking at the power outage map, this is showing 14,000 customers. This is in the at least the Columbus metro, 14,000. But across the state, I'd assume there's, I think we mentioned at one point 30,000 customers. So at least it's still quite a few. And it's going to take some time. There's still some rain coming through. It takes a little bit of time for the power crews to get out there, assess what's going on, what caused the issue, where it is, and get the power restored. So it may still be a couple of hours for some locations until power is actually fully restored. But the crews are going to be out there doing their best to get the power restored here tonight, as we are now starting to see a lot of the storms moving east. And once the rain clears, it's going to be a lot easier to do so here this evening. Yeah, and getting some information in, or some questions, I should say. Chad in Coshocton reported it's very windy. Just paraphrasing Chad's comments there in Coshocton, and that's because you've got that storm bearing down on you right near Coshocton in the center of the county, south of Keene, just around Virginia, headed toward White Eyes, Newcomerstown, and Linton. But Warsaw, Newcastle, Tiverton, Frazeysburg, you are in the clear from the severe weather. Washington Courthouse, let me just zoom along here and go back to Fayette County. Power outages earlier, some winds estimated 60 to 70 miles an hour. Just plain rain in Fayette County right now, which is a welcome change. A couple other questions coming in. Let's see, Perry, Morgan County line. Randy checking in. Let me get over there for a second. Perry, Morgan County line. Looks like we got a report from one of our news reporters. Carla reports a power line down on Dublin Road.
Yeah, that's a pretty well-traveled thoroughfare.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know exactly where that is, just outside of the station here, west side of Columbus. So this report, or this question, Perry, Morgan County, yeah, this just moving through New Lexington right now. I'm going to put a track on that for you as we're looking at some pretty nasty storms stretching from Fultonham right around New Lexington and back toward Logan, moving east at about 45 miles an hour. New Lexington, 932. Philo, 947, getting into Athens. McConnellsville, 1002. Meigsville at 1011, and then Caldwell at 1019. So some storms again moving through there. Let's see some other questions. Got some comments. I really appreciate the two-way communication, folks. Yeah, Donna, great. 614-460-3345. That's for your comments or questions. We'll do our best to keep up with them. Very windy in Brownsville. Windy and raining in Chillicothe. Transformer Blue in Lancaster. Be careful there.
Another printout.
Another printout, another warning. Possibly thunder and lightning in Washington Courthouse.
Yeah, another warning.
Check out what this one is now including areas, again, extension of Coshocton and Muskingum County, just for wind, lightning and rain, of course, and some thunder, but no hail reported from these storms, just wind up to 60 miles an hour for Coshocton and Muskingum. That goes until 9:45 p.m.
Okay. It's also moving at 45, so I think that's the safe bet for most of the storms now are kind of moving about 45 miles per hour. So at least a decent enough clip to get them to clear out a little bit quicker.
Yeah, so that's the storms that, not trying to be cute, but they're kind of in cruise control, kind of assimilating and moving at the same speed. Zanesville, 934, Port Washington, 946, Cambridge, Guernsey County, 953, Denison, 10 o'clock or 959, and then Caddis at 1021 as those storms move east of the 10 TV viewing area between now and about 10:30. So we're really looking again at improving conditions on many fronts, including the fact that the storms continue to pack a punch, but not quite to the level of severity that they were earlier this evening, Aaron.
Yeah, and not seeing as many reports right now, at least from the National Weather Service, for any trees knocked down, at least in the area where the storms are at the present time. That's not to say that we're not seeing any high winds. We're still seeing those warnings being issued because there is potential for winds up to 60 miles per hour. So it's still possible that we could still see some branches knocked down, some power outage issues, especially not even just wind, but just the lightning. You know, all it takes is a strike of lightning and a transformer to cause a power outage. So that can still be a concern here tonight. So we're watching a lot of things happening here across now more so getting into eastern and southern Ohio here now as the time is now 9:30.
Yep, 9:32 almost. And lightning continues to intensify across the southern part of that. And it's not only indication that we look at with respect to the strength of a storm, but it's a trend that we watch. So if we're looking at the lightning, we're now looking at what was literally over 1,500 lightning flashes in a similar view a couple hours ago, now focusing really on that line across Ross and Pike County with very little lightning to the north of that. And that is a good trend. It's what we like to see.
Yeah, but that southern end still looking pretty strong, at least right now.
It is, and earlier there were some reports of the storms moving due east or southeast, but now this one clearly is moving, I'd say, northeast at a pretty good clip. I'm not laughing. I just am somewhat perplexed by the fact that Ross County is not under a severe thunderstorm warning at this point. But
yeah, well, I'm kind of concerned about that northern end of the storm, even moving towards Chillicothe now. Yeah, because we were watching that area of activity north of Chillicothe that was moving southeast, but now it looks like this is going to be the core to come through the area.
So looking around Chillicothe at 9:50, so that's about 18 minutes from now. Even if it's not a severe thunderstorm warned storm, just telling you to be careful. Seal and Lick Skillet between now and 10:02. Laurelville, Allensville, and Laurel and MacArthur between now and 10:28. Again, we're really getting a little beyond the severe thunderstorm warnings that are issued, and we're not in the business of issuing them ourselves, but that's concerning to us. So we're just letting you know, Chillicothe, your friends and family right there, you've got about 15 to 20 minutes before that storm bears down on you. At the very least, looking at a lot of lightning, a lot of rain, wind, even if it's not 55 miles an hour, Aaron, it still is something that we're concerned ourselves. I see you
kind of looking at
the storm.
Yeah, looking at the velocity, at least to give us an idea of what the winds are. And this is a little bit further away from the radar site. So some elevated wind speeds of 40, I think the highest one I saw was 51 miles per hour. So it definitely possible that we're seeing at least, winds over 50 miles per hour moving towards areas near and south of Chillicothe. But maybe the winds might not be as strong near the surface. So
yeah,
that could be a good sign. That is a good sign.
Yeah, sometimes during the afternoon, it was very breezy today. It was sunny as you were out trying to paddleboard.
Yeah, could have been better without the wind.
So you were fighting the wind.
Fighting the wind, fighting the waves. But we had a lot of sunshine earlier after we got some of that rain that cleared out.
Yeah.
It heated up pretty quickly. I don't know what our official high was for today. I know it was in the mid to upper 80s.
87, I think, which would tie the hottest day so far this year.
So we were up there and we felt the humidity, and then all that was the energy, that was the fuel for these storms to tap into once they crossed into Ohio. And really they had the same energy available across Indiana and even Illinois when they started developing late this morning, early afternoon, pretty early day. And then all that storms continued to build to the south and really formed into this huge complex that I think if you zoom out a little bit further, I think it really extends all the way from Michigan through Ohio down to Kentucky. So it's a pretty large complex.
That's huge.
Yeah.
That is huge. Now, the point I was going to make when asking about what you did this afternoon on your day off, thanks again for coming in.
Yeah.
On part of the team and helping us kind of shepherd through this event this evening, that during the afternoon and the daylight hours, the sun's out, the atmosphere is kind of well mixed, kind of well blended, and sometimes that can actually help bring winds aloft down closer to the surface.
Sure.
We're looking for some of these nuances in the forecast. Sometime in the evening, things tend to get a little more stable. So that might be a reason that some of those gusty winds are not making it down to the surface in that particular storm. So I'm not trying to jinx anybody in Ross County or Pike County. I'm just saying that there's a reason the National Weather Service isn't issuing a warning on that storm. But we're telling you, even if it's not severe, you're going to get a lot of lightning and a lot of rain in the next hour. So just be ready for that. Yeah,
and I know I mentioned it earlier. It doesn't always take severe winds to cause a problem. You can get a lightning strike on a transformer and then you're out of power for a few hours. Or if you have an old tree that might be diseased or just not doing so well, and 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts could snap a branch off and cause a problem too. So still a concern, even if we have some strong storms rolling through, still just stay inside, wait it out, and then it'll be quieter later on tonight. Yeah, it will be. So we're looking at, again, coming up about 9:36. We're going to be on for a little while longer. As long as there's severe weather across the 10 TV viewing area, we're on 10 TV Plus. We appreciate the pictures that folks have sent in. There was actually some hail in Bremen. Is that real? Oh, that was an older one.
Oh, goodness. Yep. Okay, thank you.
But there was some wind and rain there in Bremen.
Yeah, so thank you for that. We just got done saying how these storms have been prolific wind producers and some heavy rainers, but have not produced much in the way of hail, which is fine. But as Aaron also said, it doesn't take much in the way of wind, to blow over some limbs, a weaker tree. It might be close to a power line or across a road. Or maybe we saw a couple of trees that were down that were really close to houses or mobile homes. And just to do some damage. It'd be disruptive or destructive. Yeah, and looking at the radar picture now, it looks like a couple of the warnings were allowed to expire. We're not seeing the warnings as connected across the line. So that's, I think, a sign of where we saw that little outflow boundary. I think the storms kind of gusted out and took away some of the energy from that central part of the complex. So it's the southern end and now the more northern end, really. I feel pretty confident, and if you feel differently, speak up, but pretty much the Marion, Delaware, Columbus, looking at the big radar scan, Marion, Delaware, Marysville, London, Columbus, Circleville, Washington Courthouse, Mount Vernon, pretty much in the clear from severe threat. Down to the south, we're still focusing on and concerned about Chillicothe and Waverly and Piketon, but that's going to pass through pretty quickly. Then it's going to clip Hocking County. Now, it's put a track on that again, just the leading, oops, that wasn't very pretty. I should do better than after practicing all evening. Put a track on that at about 45 miles an hour for that particular cell. But to your point, overall the trend has been for these storms to weaken, which is good news. This one right here is still a little bit concerning. push that out to 45 miles an hour. So that should be toward Jackson at 10:15, Vinton at 10:26, but before it gets there, Waverly and Chillicothe and Higbee between 9:48, about 10 minutes, and Higbee at 9:55, about 15 minutes from now.
Yeah, and I think this core, this part of the storm seems a little bit stronger because it has also a lot more lightning with it than the rest of the line really had when it was kind of rolling through Columbus. I didn't really hear a lot of thunder. There were some rumbles with the main line, but
You're right now that I think about it.
yeah, that core, at least that part of the storm, it seems like there's a little bit more strength with it, and that's a concern obviously because now as we see there, it is actually heading a little bit more north of east towards Chillicothe, and probably going to be in Chillicothe in the next, at least some light rain probably in the next 5 minutes, maybe, yeah,
Closer to that,
5
yeah,
minutes,
so
yeah,
this
less
is
than
still-
5 minutes, at least to the western side of
Yeah,
town.
it's like 5 or 6 miles away, so that's coming on pretty quick.
Yeah.
Around Huntington, Frankfort, Bainbridge, Peeble, Waverly, Seal, and Sunfish. Those locations right now getting in on it if they're not already just a few minutes away. And there's probably some more reinforcements coming back in. I'm going to put this into motion just over the past hour, kind of loop that up. If you're just joining us, we're on 10 TV Plus. Thank you for joining us. If you have questions about what's happening where you live and what will happen or what did happen, we're happy to try and answer them for you. So fire those along to 10 TV Facebook page. Just a comment in there. No need to direct message. We probably won't get that until tomorrow. So a comment is fine. And also our phone line, I should say our text line. Don't call that, just send a text message at 614-460-3345. So that's what we're looking at in terms of the text line. And also got some great pictures too. So
Yeah.
if you can safely take a picture or just report in what you're seeing or experienced, that text line is a great way to do it because it's, snap it and send it. Super easy.
Yeah, and we see right here in the Weather Center, we can see all the photos that you send to us. If you have any branches knocked down, if you want to just let us know what's happening in your area, if there's any lightning, if there's any strong winds, just let us know. We'll see right here in the Weather Center. One thing I also want to talk about with some of that storm that's moving towards Chillicothe, looking at the velocity picture. This is a measure of the wind speeds from the radar, and estimates are about 51, 54 miles per hour. I wouldn't be surprised. It looks like they just extended that severe thunderstorm warning now for Chillicothe.
Yes.
So for that whole storm complex moving in.
To the surprise of nobody. Yeah, so let's just get the particulars on that. We'll print out here, can track that. Probably moving east at about 40, 45, I'm guessing.
Yeah, and that's for Hocking, Pike, and Ross counties. 60-mile-per-hour winds, as we've been stating with all of these storms. That's been a pretty safe bet for the high wind potential. We've seen some gusts up to 60 miles per hour. We had the higher gusts earlier today when the storms were just a little bit stronger. It was before sunset when we had a little bit more energy. The storms were stronger, producing those 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and now we're talking about winds still strong enough that can cause problems, knocking branches down, and can cause some power outages, and that's what we have now here with that severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, so that's moving east at east at 50.
50, okay, so a little bit more speed with it, and it seems like maybe that middle part kind of bowing out, just south of Chillicothe. So maybe there
That
could
is
be
a
a core
concern
of
there.
some stronger winds right in there.
Yeah, we just got done talking about that storm and why it wasn't being warned, and now obviously it's stayed strong just by virtue of the lightning that's being produced in that area, and it's certainly something that is a bit concerning.
Yeah, and actually, if after you draw the track here, I want to go ahead and switch over to the velocity.
It's moving east at
50.
50. Gotta get it out of the way there. There we go. So North Fork Village, Chillicothe between now and 9:47. Allensville, MacArthur between now and 10:16, and then Arbot, Lee, and Alexander between now and 10:37 p.m. So go ahead. You wanted to.
Yeah, let's go ahead and switch it over to velocity here. Just kind of taking a look at what's going on with that storm, and let's switch over there. So it does appear like there could be a little bit stronger wind speed on the southwest side of Chillicothe here that we're looking at. I'm going to go ahead and switch over to, let's see, the velocity picture. Yeah, kind of right in there. There's a little bit stronger wind, just kind of a little core of some wind, and
Yeah.
up over 50.
Yeah.
There might be a little pocket where we're getting some higher speeds up to maybe 60 in there. So
Oh, there
okay,
we go.
62, yeah.
Okay.
So that's just southwest of Chillicothe. Potential winds gusting over 60 miles per hour. I would say that's about just maybe a few miles to the south and west, so that's going to be moving into Chillicothe. This is maybe a few minutes behind the radar picture. We haven't gotten a more recent scan, so it could very well be in the southwestern part of the city right now.
Yeah, that's one thing to keep in mind about the radar, that it does update in a matter of minutes. Sometimes it's a little faster than that, but overall, we're just really trying to anticipate what the short-term trend is. And as you alluded to, I'm going to kind of zoom in a little closer to that because that's really interesting and what that's actually showing in some of those in the area. As you said, 62 to 65.
Okay,
so
65.
That's certainly something that would get our attention, and National Weather Service has also got the attention, and that's why we're seeing that severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 10:30. Hocking, Pike, and Ross County moving east at 50. Yeah, again, no hail expected from these particular storms. It's just wind gusts 60 miles an hour. And that's been the MO from these storms really all day, and certainly this evening and into tonight.
Yeah, I'm looking at some more pictures coming in. Just some ominous clouds that we got earlier this evening. This was from the Perry-Morgan County line. Just kind of an ominous side. This is just a little bit after dark. And we've gotten some reports of some large, trees that were knocked down, some branches that were knocked down as well. And I think that's really been the biggest case today, is just a lot of trees knocked down with those high winds. I know they've also led to some power outages. We've seen some power lines, some power poles knocked down. Also a lot of lightning leading to some power outages as well here today. And still a concern for probably at least the next couple of hours if the lines, at least that northern and southern end, kind of hold together. But maybe there's hopefully a little bit of weakening here happening now that we are well past sunset. I know we have those 9 p.m. sunsets now until July 14th, but we are losing a lot of energy for these storms to really hold together. And even though we have that severe thunderstorm watch in effect for southeastern and eastern parts of Ohio into West Virginia until 3 o'clock in the morning, it looks like some areas are starting to see some weakening, especially areas around Logan and Lancaster where we don't have any warnings in effect. So good news there. And anywhere back to the west, you're in the all clear. If you live in Columbus, if you live in Newark, if you live in Washington Courthouse, London, Delaware, Marysville, Mount Liberty, Mount Vernon, all clear. You're getting some rain, getting a few rumbles of thunder, but that's pretty much it.
So let's go quickly look at some of the viewer mail, or the text message, I should say, coming in. 614-460-3345. Some of these go back, and I appreciate the patience with everybody, number one, but also looking at the possibility of us getting to some of these things that go back 30 or 40 minutes. We're doing our best. There's coming in a lot of questions, and hopefully in our tour of the radar, in our conversations that we've been looking at answering your questions. Columbus in the clear? Yes. Commercial Point in the clear? Yes. Utica, you're in the clear. Zanesville, a lot of wind, almost in the clear in Zanesville. Why did it start thundering and lightning after the main line went through? Great question, Bryce. Still some instability out there. Not totally unexpected, but something that is certainly happening this evening. We're watching that second line going on through.
Yeah, and let's go ahead and talk about that, what we're seeing with that secondary, just the activity behind the main line of storms. We've been seeing a lot of rain, and you can see that on the radar picture. It wasn't just that line. Notice how it extends all the way back to the west, and all this green, all the yellow there, it's just rain. There's some rumbles of thunder. It's not severe. It's not anything to really worry about here, but further to the east, where we still have those warnings in effect, that's the main edge of the storm. The front edge of the line, that's the severe part. Once that passes through, so what we're getting in Chillicothe right now, once that moves through and the wind starts to subside, we're going to be done with the severe weather threat here in Chillicothe. So we have about another 10 minutes or so with that storm moving through. Areas further back to the west, like I mentioned, Washington Courthouse, Columbus Metro, Dublin, Columbus, Hilliard, Upper Arlington, you're in the clear. Things are okay. We're getting some pretty moderate rainfall, maybe a few rumbles of thunder, but we're not tracking any more severe weather here for tonight. That's all now to the east of the Columbus Metro. Zanesville to Cambridge, up towards east of Coshocton now. Coshocton likely in the clear as well, still getting some rain here at the moment. So let's go ahead and zoom into a few of these areas just to give you an idea of what we got going on here. Let's see if we can get that to go. Give me just one moment here so we can switch that over. Gotta put that in play mode. I forgot about that. All right, here we go. So what we got going on, so this is the area. Notice there's still a lot of lightning with those storms as well. So go ahead and track some of this for you. So let's go ahead and zoom into a few of these locations. So I wanted to zoom into the Chillicothe area just because this is a little bit more of the stronger activity that we are seeing here at the present time. And there's a lot of lightning with the storm. It is moving. It is right over Chillicothe right now. Torrential rainfall happening, likely some very strong winds upwards of 50, 60 miles per hour here now. And we're also watching to see where the winds are. It looks like the surge of the wind is happening right over Chillicothe and just to the south, really moving over Highway 23 now, just south of Circleville. It is moving to the north and east, and we do have that severe thunderstorm warning still into effect. I want to switch it over just to look at the velocity picture here, and this is just giving us an idea of where some of the strongest winds are right now. So switching over to that. And it looks like, yeah, it looks really pretty much right over Chillicothe. Notice the pocket of some brighter pink showing up there, just that brighter red. That's where we would have the strongest wind, at least right now, with the most recent scan of the radar. So we're talking about wind potential of 50, maybe as high as 60 miles per hour here now into Chillicothe. And switching back over towards the just the reflectivity. So this is just a measurement of how heavy the rain is. So we're looking at a couple different products with the radar. This one showing us the rain potential for hail. We're not seeing that here tonight. The other one that you just saw with all that red, that's the wind. So we're kind of looking at two different things. That's the concern here for tonight. We're not talking about a hail potential. We saw potential earlier with some embedded rotation. We're not really seeing that right now. Doesn't mean that it couldn't still happen. We will have to watch this storm, especially right in here on the northern edge where this area of wind is kind of surging out ahead of the northern part. There sometimes could happen. It's not saying it's a guarantee, but sometimes I've seen where we have just a little bit of a surge of wind and kind of wraps around the northern end and you start to get like a little bit of rotation in there. It would be very brief, but we'll have to watch that here for the time being to see if that holds together. If it falls apart in the next scan, then it's nothing to worry about. But still, what is to worry about is, of course, the high winds that are moving through here with that storm over Chillicothe right now. And that's moving to the northeast at a pretty good clip, about 45 up to near 50 miles per hour with that storm. So let me go ahead and zoom things out, and we're going to put a tracker on that again here. So there's the storm. And let's go ahead and bring this back just a little bit. There we go. So let's bring this back here, and we'll go ahead and put a track on that storm now. So this whole area is moving east-northeast. I think a little bit slightly south of northeast. So there we go. So that's going to put it into areas around Laurelville at 10:06, getting closer to Blackjack at 10:23, Logan at 10:31, and Nelsonville around 10:40 here with that storm. Again, it is right over Chillicothe. Torrential rainfall. If you live in Chillicothe, if you're watching us right now here on Facebook on 10 TV Plus, if you have a report of what's happening in your area, feel free to send us that report as long as it is safe to do so. Once that storm has passed, if you notice anything in the next 20 minutes after the storm has really cleared the Chillicothe area, once it is safe to do so, let us know what you are seeing, what has happened here for tonight. But we are tracking that severe thunderstorm warning again still into effect as that storm is moving off to the east-northeast here at a pretty good clip. And all the storms are still rather strong, at least on the southern end here, not even just around Chillicothe, but down to Waverly. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect all the way back to the south and west, getting into the Winchester area, West Union as well, under that severe thunderstorm warning. And I want to zoom things out just to give you a broader picture here. If you're just joining us right now, getting closer to 10 p.m., so we've been tracking the storms here for the last few hours or so as they cross the border from Indiana into Ohio just after 6 p.m. and really got closer to the I-75 corridor, closer to 7, and then they continued to race across the state here tonight. And they cover a large area. Notice the storms here all the way zooming out from the Detroit area across Lake Erie through Cleveland, through eastern Ohio, back to the south and west here into southern Ohio, down into Kentucky. So it is a rather large complex of storms. And one thing that I've noticed here over the last couple of hours is the main core of the energy has really shifted to the north, and that's why we're seeing some higher winds here around the Cleveland metro. We've seen more tornado warnings around that area as well. But even back to the south here, another surge of energy with this kind of almost secondary complex that's following along its heels. And we'll have to watch a few more of the storms back to the south and west here. Let's go ahead and zoom into those, as that could bring a little bit more rain, likely not severe weather, but some more rain and maybe some rumbles of thunder here later on tonight with the storms back here into Indiana. Those are going to be tracking east, northeast into Ohio later on. So might actually see a little bit more activity here as we head into the overnight hours. So that severe thunderstorm watch, that's in effect until 3 o'clock in the morning. A few of us are in that severe thunderstorm watch until 10 p.m. But the severe thunderstorm watch was allowed to be extended further to the south and east here across eastern and southeastern Ohio. So let me go ahead and bring that severe thunderstorm watch area up. So as mentioned, areas that are in the clear include a large part of central Ohio. So we do not have a severe thunderstorm watch any longer that was allowed to expire for Columbus, Lancaster, Logan, even Chillicothe. I know there is still that severe thunderstorm warning in effect, but we are still tracking those storms moving through. Severe thunderstorm watch still in effect until 3 o'clock in the morning for areas in the pink. So that includes Cambridge, Zanesville, areas into far eastern Ohio, into West Virginia, even into western PA, where we have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect. So we're going to be watching those storms gradually moving out of central Ohio, and we will start to see quieter conditions as we go into the next couple of hours once we get this main line moving through. So here's another look at the radar picture right now, showing a pretty large area across the state of Ohio where we have severe thunderstorm warnings that are currently in effect, really from the Cleveland metro, now just east of there. These are stretching down south over towards Cambridge. We have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect as well. Those storms, potential for winds up to 60 miles per hour. Getting a little break, what we saw right in here, the storms kind of gusted out. There was a little bit of a surge of wind. We had severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, and I think because of that surge of wind, it kind of took a little bit of the energy away from the storms, and that's why we have this separation in between those severe thunderstorm warnings. So still some heavy rainfall happening here now southeast of Lancaster, but it's further south where we have this secondary round, or the secondary surge of energy, allowing for these storms to be a bit stronger here around Chillicothe and back to the south and west, all the way down into parts of Kentucky that we are watching here right now. So looking at some more updates here on any more photos. If you have any updates, any from your location, if you notice any branches that were knocked down, if there's no power, if you are able to do so, if it is safe, if the storms have passed, if you can message us, whether that's here on Facebook, if you're watching us here on Facebook Live, if you are watching us here on 10 TV Plus, if you have your phone available, hopefully you still have a pretty good charge here tonight. You can text us here at 614-460-3345, and you can send us a photo of any damage that was done by the winds, if you notice any branches that were knocked down, or if you just want to tell us what's going on, if there's a lot of heavy rain, some lightning in your area. If you are safe and able to do so, feel free to, again, to text the number 614-460-3345. We appreciate any and all reports that you can give to us here as we are tracking these storms, and we will relay any information, any damaged reports, anything that's going on here across central Ohio to the National Weather Service. So the National Weather Service in Wilmington, the National Weather Service in Cleveland, and any other National Weather Service office, Charleston, Pittsburgh, any severe weather that's happening, we'll relay that information so that they know what's going on, as they've been issuing these severe thunderstorm warnings for the last several hours. They've been doing a great job handling the storms, watching them, issuing those warnings, and then that's what we've been relaying to you here tonight with all the activity that's been happening here over the course of the last several hours. So again, time is now just before 10 p.m. here if you're watching us on Facebook Live and here on 10 TV Plus. We have several severe thunderstorm warnings that remain in effect. We've had a lot of activity over the last several hours, and I want to put this in motion here just to give you an idea of what we've been really tracking for the last few hours. And let me go ahead and get that set up here. So we'll go back in time just about 5 hours here. So I'm going to go ahead and loop that. And notice, we had these storms moving in from Indiana. This is a large complex that had really developed earlier this afternoon across Illinois. So it's covered a pretty large distance, really. It started in eastern Illinois. There were tornado warnings just north of St. Louis in western Illinois, and then they continued to track across the state. They tracked across Indiana. They tracked into Ohio now, and that's where they are right now. Now even getting into eastern Ohio, so they've covered a pretty large distance, and they've been severe pretty much the entire time. And now we are still seeing those severe thunderstorm warnings again from eastern Ohio into southern Ohio, and not as much activity, at least right now, in Kentucky. But what we're going to be watching here closely, so again, this is that main line, but notice there's more storms back to the west, not severe, but still a few more storms are possible here later on tonight that we're going to have to keep an eye on, at least to get maybe some heavier downpours and potential for some lightning and thunder. So that's what's going on right now, again, here across the state. What I want to look at, too, is some of the damage reports. We've had a lot of high winds. We've had some trees that were knocked down. So just kind of looking at some of the reports here across the state. And, there's been a lot. There's been a lot further to the west. We've started to get a little bit more reports here in the last hour or so. So I'm going to go ahead and zoom into a few of these and just give you an idea of what we've been tracking here with these severe storms that have been rolling through over the course of the last several hours. So go ahead and zoom into the Columbus area and just to the west here for now. We'll kind of bounce around here just a little bit. So what we got going on, at least with a few of these, is pretty high wind gusts. So right here, this was a report of a 56-mile-per-hour wind gust in the Dublin area. That happened just around 8 p.m., 7:59 there. Another higher wind gust over 50 miles per hour. That was around London, 53-mile-per-hour wind gust. Marysville, we did get a report of some trees, a large tree that was knocked down onto a house. That time of the report was at 7:30. So again, this is all coming in from the National Weather Service, and a few more significant reports that were just a little bit further west here across the Dayton metro, where we had higher winds over 60, over close to 70 miles per hour. There were several trees that were knocked down. There were some power lines that were knocked down. We had a report of a power line, power pole that was knocked down even in the Columbus metro here. So there have been some power outages, and even in the last couple of hours, there was at one point we had over AEP was reporting over 14,000 customers without power in Franklin County. I'll have to check to see if that number is still holding true here tonight. Let's go ahead and see what the latest update is on some power outages in Columbus. And right now, still reporting 14,000 customers without power, but a lot more here across the state of Ohio. So still watching that. And Jerry, I know you took a little break to get some water and stuff. And yeah, still watching everything. I know there's still some activity happening right now. And it does seem like things are starting to weaken just a little bit. Which is great. We still have the chance as we go through the next hour to about 11 o'clock for some severe weather, mainly, as you said, kind of around the edges. So we're looking at those reports coming back in and probably seeing a few more of those reports as we get into the morning hours. One thing that we're watching is, of course, the thunderstorm moving off toward the east and doing so at a pretty good clip.
Last of the severe thunderstorm warnings right now for eastern parts, at least for the viewing area, I should say, in the eastern parts of Ross County, with that cell moving east toward Logan and toward MacArthur, and then off toward the east through just about through Muskegon County, headed toward Guernsey County, and then clipping the parts around Caldwell as well. So that's around near Noble County. Behind that, we're going to expand this view just a bit. That does show the area of active weather coming back in. Not a total shock to see that, but a little bit unsettling to watch those areas moving back in from the west. That being the case west of Cincinnati, southeast of Indy. Again, this is science, so it doesn't always follow a straight line, Aaron. But looking at that, those thunderstorms back there, we're going to put some lightning on there and kind of see if they're lighting up, and a couple of pockets of instability behind that. Not seeing or expecting severe weather, but just don't let your guard down. And some reports in of power outages, so I do expect to see more of those reports by tomorrow morning, but it might be, for some of you, a round 2 coming in of not severe weather, but certainly disruption, trying to get a good night's sleep.
Yeah, and talking about that, someone was asking if there was going to be any more storms for Pickaway County after midnight, really. Not more severe weather, like you mentioned, so that's the good news, but some more rumbles of thunder, some heavy rain, not out of the question. I think for tonight, but really after this main line moves through, we're done with the severe weather for tonight. So that's good news. And still watching some more reports. Again, like I said, if you have any reports of anything that's happened in your area, feel free to send us a message here on Facebook. If you're watching us right now live, we've been live here on Facebook for a few hours now. We started our coverage of severe weather here at 7 o'clock on 10 TV Plus and on Facebook as well. So we've been tracking this line of storms from western Ohio through central Ohio and now into eastern Ohio, and really starting to see that slight weakening trend, but still enough activity that we have still a few severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, and really going to be watching that at least for the next hour or so. I think the most recent severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect goes until 10:30 or 11.
Guernsey County until 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock, okay.
This coming out of Pittsburgh, northeastern Guernsey County until 11 o'clock. So we're going to give the folks a little more inside baseball, Aaron. So I'm going to ask you a favor. I'm going to take the helm for a while and continue the coverage going for a bit. If you're able to, and we've got some heat coming up. Since there's 2 of us here, is there another warning coming? Of course there is.
Yep, there's
another one coming in. While there's 2 of us here, if we could take advantage of that and start letting people know, at least getting ready for the 11 o'clock news, that there's going to be some additional weather impact alert days for at least Sunday and Monday, and maybe Tuesday based on the excessive heat that we are expecting. So it's a little outside of what we're talking about right now. We're tracking the severe weather, but just trying to make best use of our resources this evening. What's that for?
Athens, Vinton, Jackson.
10:45, moving east at 45 miles an hour. So that's the latest one right there. So if I'll give you a break, if you're able to get some water and maybe start teeing up some of those, the content for the weather impact alert for next Sunday, Monday, maybe Tuesday, that would be most helpful. And we'll convene in a few moments. So we'll just kind of communicate in real time here. But I'm going to go to the chroma key and do some tracking of these storms with Weather Maine, if we could flip that on. And I think it might be coming up momentarily. If we can go to Weather Maine, there we go. It looks like we're looking at the opportunity for these storms to be really diminishing in terms of coverage and intensity for much of the metro, but the same can't be said for those areas to the south and east where those storms are extending right now. And as expected, this particular thunderstorm, if you notice, we're long done with the straight line behavior of these storms, and where we're seeing these individual pockets, and we call them like little bowing segments growing out, kind of moving toward the east at a pretty good clip. That's where we're expecting to see some severe weather. As has been the case all evening, gusty winds continues. We'll come back to that in a moment, but let's check out this latest severe thunderstorm warning that is happening in real time at 10:06 p.m. This one, if we can kind of get things rolling along here, it looks to be northeast, perhaps even toward Muskegon County. So it might be just kind of taxing the system a little bit. There we go. This one for Guernsey County, that goes until 11 o'clock. Again, the primary threat is, as it has been, for wind. There's Cambridge right now. These cells not quite as robust as they were before, but looking at the opportunity again for the storms. This moving east at about 35 miles an hour. Thank you, Aaron. Guernsey County, getting towards Steubenville, and wheeling in toward the panhandle of West Virginia. So that particular storm is one that we're going to check on in a moment. But this one, of all the storms that are left this evening, this is the one that looks and probably is the strongest. So let's take a second and just kind of walk through that one and zoom in on that particular storm. Really close, getting down to the area just northeast of Chillicothe. We'll get you there in a second. South of Laurelville, clearly some pockets of some lightning and some thunder and some very heavy rain. We'll come back to that in a second, but checking on this additional severe thunderstorm warning right now. That is for Hocking, Pike, and Ross County. That goes until 10:30, so 22 minutes. An extension of that severe warning to the east of that now includes areas around Logan as well. So that's something that we're looking at there. We'll track that in a second, but let's get back to this one now. I've been trying to do that for the past couple of minutes. It's just not cooperating exactly as we might like. We're going to give us some perspective here and zoom out to give us some real estate as that moves east at about 45 miles an hour. So one of the things that you'll notice in this particular storm, I'm going to zoom out one more click just to make sure we've got some space here, is the particular shape of that storm. And that's something that we're looking at in terms of just being about a county wide. And unlike a straight line, which is still ominous in and of itself, where this has a little bit of a characteristic and obviously kind of bowing out a little bit, that's something that isn't a lock, but leans itself to being a little more severe from a wind perspective. These storms have been moving at slightly different speeds along the line, and where you get these kind of ebbs and flows in the line of thunderstorms, oftentimes as we see some of these pockets of severe weather just kind of ramp up for a bit and then ramp back down. So around Laurelville at 10:13, MacArthur at 10:22, Jackson 10:33, Athens at 10:48, Amesville and Jacksonville at 11:01 and 11:03. So we're still tracking these severe thunderstorms through parts of the 10 TV viewing area. Latest one now includes Hocking County over near Athens, and I expect that to continue as we go through about 10:30 to 11 o'clock tonight. West of that line, we're seeing some downpours and some disruptive weather, but right now we're seeing non-severe or sub-severe storms. Might be a disruption tonight, might be some lightning and some downpours and some thunder. But so let's expand that just a bit, look at the big picture for you, going out kind of statewide, and then we'll bring you back closer to home. Columbus points north, up 71, up 23, out 33, just to give you some roads and some landmarks, generally in the clear. We're looking at a rainy evening for some, not looking at severe weather or thunderstorms. So hopefully that rain will kind of lull you to sleep. Still some very active weather and a severe thunderstorm watch for our southern and easternmost counties. That goes until 3 o'clock. I don't think the severe weather threat will last up until that point, but in some spots around the edges closer to the Ohio River, it might. So that's why that longer lead time for those counties to the south and east. As we're looking off to the west now, west of Cincinnati, southeast of Indianapolis, there are some pockets of thunderstorms in that area. So we're going to put this into motion, and just bear with me as a second as we kind of move through the radar scan and put it into looping. It just shows the progression of things from west to east over the past couple of hours. So this goes back in for 3 hours time until a little after 7 o'clock, just showing the radar scan and then bringing it up to speed on the current warnings. Obviously, the worst severe weather, unfortunately, heading toward the panhandle of West Virginia and western Pennsylvania well after dark. Going to be trouble for those folks. Wind, the primary threat. We're also seeing, again, this little notch we just showed you that's headed toward Hocking County, eastern parts of Ross County. That's moving east at about 45 miles an hour. We're also watching this last little area right now, trying to get itself going, kind of like the little engine that could. We're seeing some of those pockets of thunderstorms, not nearly the coverage or the intensity or the threat that these provided earlier in the evening up until right now, until after 10 o'clock, but certainly something that we're watching mainly for areas along and south of I-70 as this begins to move back in. There's not an infinite amount of energy available in the atmosphere, but whatever's left, those thunderstorms are still doing a little bit of a number. Again, not looking at any orange outlines or boxes, not looking at any severe weather warnings or severe thunderstorm warnings for those cells, but something that might just provide some additional rain and a little bit of lightning and some gusty winds for some folks as we go through this evening. So that is the big picture. But as we talked about and showed you earlier, one of the things we've been watching from this particular storm has been the frequent areas of the storm reports. So we're going to go back and look at those reports. And there's a lot going on here, so just bear with me for a second. We'll zoom in, but every one of these particular reports, and there are a lot of them, all indicate some particular severe weather damage or event. Where you see the broken tree down, power line down, or some disruptive event based on the wind. Other locations just have a little bit of a swirl like a wind gust, but they're all reports coming in and just totally loaded across Indiana. And I do expect that this area will expand in the light of day tomorrow. One thing to keep in mind, never want anybody to go out and take pictures or videos or try and assess damage after dark. Downed power lines can be exceptionally dangerous, especially when you can't see where you're at or if you don't have power. So let the professionals do it. If you're able to stay safely in your home or where you live, just make it through the night. The sun will be up in a few hours, around 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. So in the light of day, or the rest of the damage assessments and the cleanup will begin. But do not put yourself at risk to go out and try and poke around in the dark, especially if the power is down. That means that a downed power line is somewhere in the area, and that can be problematic. So just avoid those. But closer look right now into the ones across the metro. We'll just zoom in and take a closer look at some of those particular events right now. I didn't want to do that. I mean, just got the tail of my coat right there for a second. Let's zoom into the areas closer to Columbus, and that becomes a little easier to see. Those areas with a little swirly wind right now, that is looking at the wind damage. I can just get that off of there for a second. There we go. Maybe not. Just kind of pan around and show you some of the damage to the west. Obviously around I-75 corridor, those storms really rocketed in. But by the time they got to central Ohio and then east, much of that area was getting the damaging conditions right at or near dark. Just emphasizing again, do not go outside and look at the weather, look at the damage, do anything that might put yourself in danger. So I'm sure we'll see much more in the way of damage reports come the light of day, but for the time being, this is what we're looking at across the metro. Just one bona fide report. It's probably near Dublin and Hilliard, and another one up near Marysville. But just from watching the comments and the things coming in to the 10 TV Facebook page and also to the our text line, I've seen a lot of other reports coming in from damage across the area. So appreciate those when you're able to do so safely. And never put yourself in danger doing that once again. But we appreciate that, and hopefully you'll be able to make it through the rest of the evening tonight and into tomorrow morning and breathe a little easier in the light of day. So a quick radar tour right now. Appreciate all the folks that are writing in. Again, this area around Westerville, Columbus, Canal Winchester, Delaware. Some downpours, some gusty winds, a lot of green and yellow showing up. Just an indication of the varying intensity of some of those showers out there. But overall, that threat for severe weather is pushing east. So the damage has been done, but we'll still see some showers going on through for the next couple of hours. So let's look further off toward the south now, where those areas are still getting the severe thunderstorm warnings. Where you see the outlines in orange, that includes almost all of Hocking County around Laurelville. Chillicothe, you're in the clear right now from the severe weather threat. MacArthur and Jackson and Athens, not so much. That storm moving your way at about 45 miles an hour. McConnellsville, Morgan County, currently not under a severe thunderstorm warning or any warning for that matter, but a disruptive evening in the next couple of hours for you as that cell moves through. And this cell here might actually make a beeline for the central and southern parts of Morgan County. Let me put this into motion for us and just kind of loop that through. Maybe we can just extrapolate that cell as it blossoms out to the east. And you'll probably notice if you're watching, and I certainly am, that this was started off as a very robust kind of filled in area, kind of breaking apart a little bit. See some individual pockets around Laurelville, one just west of MacArthur, and then another little pocket of a downpour and thunderstorm that is right around Waverly. So it's beginning to weaken just a little bit, but any one of those individual pockets or cells can be enough to produce some damage, mainly wind being the case as we talked about earlier. So that is something that we're watching right now. We'll bring you up to speed and kind of park things. So Laurelville, south of Logan, northwest of MacArthur, and just around Waverly and just southwest of that is where we're watching that last little area of that severe thunderstorm warning. So again, looking at the bigger picture for us this evening, we're going to move it off toward the northeast for you. And I once again do appreciate the comments and the questions and things have been coming in as we expected and trying to keep up with them. But there's a lot coming in during the course of the evening. What's going to happen where I live? Is it over? Is it ongoing? Severe weather threat continuing for how long? All those kinds of questions. We've been doing our best to answer those in real time. But there's dozens, if not hundreds, so we couldn't quite get to everybody, but please don't let that keep you from participating in what we hope to be kind of a two-way conversation between our 10 TV weather team and you, our audience at home. So you're looking at to north right now. This is the north of Cambridge, north of Guernsey County. That continues that area around Caddis, Flushing, and Barnesville, now moving all the way over toward Wheeling as that severe weather threat continues. Just about out of Muskingum County, but still in Guernsey County for another 20 or 30 minutes. South of that line, we're still watching that cell around Logan. So let's take a little closer look at that particular area. And one of the things we looked at earlier was inside the storm. Now, we're not going to get a super good look at this storm. Think of a kind of an X-ray, but it said looking inside your body or looking at inside the storm. You've got to make sure that you've got the right vantage point, that you're going in at the right angle to know what you're looking at. A lot of times these radar scans are a little further away from some of our areas in the southeastern viewing area and then northeast of Columbus. This being the case right now around Laurel. So we'll give it a shot and see what we can find in that particular area, but I'm not holding out a lot of hope in that what we're going to see. So we'll go to the Charleston radar right there, and it's showing the velocity. Not seeing any rotation, which is fine. We are looking at some of those wind speeds. We're looking at the red and the green. Some of the wind is moving toward the radar. Some is moving away from the radar. And oftentimes we'll find some gusty winds in there. If we can kind of query this or investigate this, we'll see if that gives us anything of note in terms of the wind speeds that might be expected in there. 8 miles an hour, that's underwhelming. Not looking for trouble, just kind of diagnose some of the things in the storm. A little bit stronger, around 30 miles an hour with the velocity from that particular storm. And then south of Laurelville, that area around 32 miles an hour. So again, it's showing some broad spin in the storm. That's not in itself terribly concerning, but I'm just looking for the wind speed. Earlier, we saw from this particular cell wind speeds up to 60 miles an hour, 65 miles an hour. That just doesn't appear to be the case right now from this particular storm. So let's make sure I got the right radar product for you here. I've got the local velocity on, so that in of itself is something that we've been watching, and maybe try a different radar. Maybe let's see if we can get to the Columbus radar. All right, actually getting some information from there. Kind of querying the wind speed on this one. We're looking for just what might be giving us an indication of the wind speed in the storm, about 30 miles an hour. So we're not, and this is above the ground to keep in mind. We're taking our storm X-ray, but it's showing wind 30, 40 miles an hour, a little bit less than severe, which is fine as the storm moves on through. Hopefully that will be the case, and looking at things kind of holding their own as we're looking at the radar scan this evening. So put it back into something you're used to seeing. These colors, pretty easy to diagnose. Green, just some showers. Yellow, heavier rain. And the orange and the red, some deeper rain, occasionally getting in some purple in there as well. So that's what we're looking at right now around Laurel. We're going to zoom out just a bit. And other thing that we've been watching for the course of the evening has been the overall trend with the lightning. So that's something that was really prolific earlier this evening. Hundreds and thousands of lightning flashes in a pretty compact area. Now we're seeing that generally continuing with some lightning, but not quite the numbers that we've been having. So the other thing that we watch in this case is whether or not that lightning flashes are generally increasing or decreasing. It's not a guarantee or a 100% lock, but usually an indication of what we're looking at in terms of the strength or how that storm is trending, whether it's strengthening or weakening. Earlier, this little cluster of storms had a really tight pocket of a lot of lightning. Now within this area, we're looking at about a couple of dozen, around 28 flashes. Not zero, not insignificant, but it's not the hundreds that we were seeing a little bit earlier. So I'm going to go back over to the Weather Center. If you can just keep this radar up full screen, that would be fantastic. And we're just going to get a look at some of the comments and questions coming in from our 10 TV audience and family. I'm going to take this off right now and just go kind of a bigger picture view for us at the moment of the lightning flashes in those storms, and then we'll kind of touch base in a moment. So we're looking at this storm here. We're going to log back in a second. That's the problem. Computers are only as smart as their user. So I'm going to log back in here for a second and get back into our text line. And it's 10:22. Appreciate you sticking with us. We're going to do our best to answer your questions where you're at. Let's see. This goes back a while. So again, just get up to speed. Aaron White and I were doing extended team coverage. Thank you for staying on. You're welcome. It's what we do. The voice might sound and say a little bit differently, but I'm telling you right now from the heart, that's what we do at 10 TV is we have the opportunity to stay on and inform and keep you safe. That's what we're going to do, and this opportunity presented itself this evening for quite a long time, as expected, starting around 7 o'clock. That's why we're on 10 TV Plus, and continues up until about 10:30 and going to at least 11 o'clock. So let's see. Akron, unfortunately, a little out of the viewing area, yes. 5 miles east of Waverly, the storm just got to you. That was at 10 o'clock a few moments ago, so appreciate that. Some ominous pictures taken, hopefully safely. Some power lines down around Jeffersonville on 41 going towards South Solon. That was at 10 o'clock. Thank you for that report. Massive lightning strikes with rain in New Holland. Some really beautiful pictures of strong thunderstorms moving into New Holland just before the rain moved in, taken around 8:30. Please, while I am appreciating these pictures, hopefully you took precautions and before the storm got there, maybe snapped a picture or two and then took shelter, as was the best course of action. See what else we got on our Facebook friends over here. You can come back on camera if you want, just to give folks a little bit of perspective here. Thundering a lot right now in Chillicothe. Yeah, that's what we kind of were watching. That cell finally had a severe thunderstorm warning. Amy, thank you for the report. Ross County at risk later, and Ross County, okay, thanks from Megan. Two Megans actually asking kind of the same question, interesting enough. So let me kind of go over here and man the helm. We're talking particularly about raining hard in Cambridge, Andrew. Yeah, thanks for the update. That was about 20 minutes ago. Appreciate that. Again, we're getting information two ways we're able to communicate with you tonight. One is on the 10 TV Facebook page. Just a comment is fine. Direct message, we probably won't get to it if we do it all until after the fact. The other way is that text line we should also send pictures to safely at 614-460-3345. Doesn't hurt to have that and keep that handy because you'll have at least an inroads to the meteorologists here at 10 TV. There's one or two of us. We're getting hundreds or dozens, if not hundreds, of questions coming in. So I'm going to stop talking and try to answer some of those right now. All right, down to the south we go, starting the radar tour in areas around Ross and Pike County. Still some lightning showing up around Columbus and Commercial Point, well behind the main body of thunderstorms, but you can't deny what you're seeing on the screen right there, which of course is some lightning. Chillicothe in particular, you still have a severe thunderstorm warning right there. But that area, the worst weather is moving to the east. Unfortunately, toward Hocking County and over toward Vinton County and Jackson County as well. Pike County really had a pretty tame evening, but now getting lit up by some multiple cells and thunderstorms. That continues to be the case around Sunfish and around Waverly, headed toward Jackson. Western parts of Pike County, not under a warning, but that cell looks pretty nasty, so just be on the lookout there. Just, again, exercise some caution and kind of move into an interior room. If you're watching us on your phone or your connected TV, that is perfectly safe. Now let's look at our attention for just a moment to these cells off to the west. Notice a couple of things about these cells. There's no orange boxes around them or red boxes. There are no severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings. There are some lightning and some gusty winds. And if I put this into motion for you over the past hour, see a little bit of an uptick in lightning with that northern cell. Again, we're talking right along the Ohio-Indiana line, just south of I-70. And those little cells are drifting northeast rather than due east. So there still is some energy behind this initial line. Somewhat surprising, not shocking, but surprising that we're seeing that activity, but just emphasizing again, that severe weather threat really was confined to wind on the front of the storm. This back edge just can be a bit of a disruption, but we're going to watch it. Of course, we'll have live updates for the next 33 minutes on 10 TV Plus, and of course on 10 TV at 11. But knowing what we're knowing now, I think that the severe weather threat, if we're really confident about that is moving off toward the east with that initial line of storms. So maybe some answers to questions the folks had about what to expect for the rest of the evening down south. Pickaway County, thank you, Madison. That's right now, 1 minute ago. Pickaway County, we'll zoom into you and take a closer look right there. And they got the Pickaway County Fair. You've got some downpours, a little bit of wind. You've got some greens and some yellows, and some showers. Mount Sterling toward Asheville, Circleville, and Williamsport, and a few pockets of lightning. But as we look compared to the neighbors to the east, we're not seeing a lot of red, not seeing a lot of really robust thunderstorms, and we're not seeing any severe thunderstorm warnings. So that is some good news. Let's see what else we got going on. Madison also asks, if I can get down there. Madison, there was never a tornado watch for Pickaway County or for Central Ohio. There was and still is a severe thunderstorm watch, but that also is fading if it hasn't already. Still a little bit longer for our southernmost counties, but overall the trend will be for that severe thunderstorm watch to dissipate with time. So that is something that we're looking at and watching rather closely, but that watch will continue. Let me just get an update on that. Bear with me for 1 second. Yeah, that severe thunderstorm watch will generally be taken down with time for much of central Ohio, but lingering a little longer south, Ross, Pickaway County, Athens County, Morgan County, and over toward the east, Muskingum County, Guernsey. Probably, yeah, a new watch there for Coshocton County. That goes until 3 o'clock. So, yeah, not a tornado watch, just a severe thunderstorm watch, but something that we're watching rather closely. So, thundering a lot in Chillicothe, and some of these, I appreciate your patience. I know these reports are probably 15, 20 minutes old, and we're trying to do our best to keep up with them. And we've asked you to comment, and we appreciate you doing so. We just can't get to all these things in real time, and hopefully we're answering your questions as we go along. Going back over to the text line, let's see what we've got. It's, all right, hey to you as well. Let's see. That east of Waverly, bear with me for just a second here, folks. Will the overnight storms around midnight be more severe for Pickaway County? I would think not. In terms of, if you're strictly talking about severe storms, probably not. If you're talking about just some disruptive downpours and maybe some lightning and some gusty winds, that certainly is a possibility around Pickaway County. So here's a look at the big picture. We're pretty much going statewide for you. We've been tracking these thunderstorms since early this evening. During our evening newscast, we came on 10 TV Plus at 7 o'clock, kind of keeping up to speed, and wouldn't you know it, during that time, shortly after, I believe, 7:30, that we had a tornado warning that came in for parts of the viewing area off toward the north. We stayed on for about an hour, and once that, until about 8:15, then we have been on 10 TV Plus since then, really just keeping people up to speed, answering your questions, having that two-way communication, hopefully giving you a little bit of inside weather baseball, kind of behind the scenes, and doing what we can to keep you on top of things and to keep you and your family safe. So sometimes these extended forums have a little bit of an easier feel because we're having these conversations with our audience. You can be pretty specific, you can just be general, but we're trying to keep up and get those things in place and moving as we are approaching 11 o'clock this evening. So we're going to be on for 25 more minutes. We're going to end this 10 TV stream at 10:55. For those that are listening and wondering, need about 5 minutes to really get things prepped for our evening newscast on 10 TV News at 11. And then we're going to be talking about the leftover threat for showers and storms this evening and the ongoing and the new threat for some pretty dangerous heat as we get to the upcoming weekend. So that's just kind of the headlines of what's to come tonight on 10 TV at 11 o'clock. So we're looking at just going through some warnings here. You can come back on camera for a second just to kind of connect with folks and let them know that I'm still here and you're still there, and we're kind of going through this together this evening. Still looking at 10:31, the threat for severe weather moving off toward the southeast. I'm going to zoom this out just a bit. Bear with me for just a second. So what we're looking at again really is that eastern part of the line. Hocking County is still under the threat for some severe weather. Further off toward the east, just the eastern half of Guernsey County, over near areas of Noble County, and then near Athens County too. That particular cell is moving east at about 45 miles an hour. I'll track that for you in a minute, but just painting a big picture. A couple of lightning flashes around Columbus and Franklin County. Now, when this line came through earlier this evening, I didn't hear any thunder. I know that there was lightning around. I didn't hear any thunder at the station, but heard a lot of rain on the roof. and you may have experienced something similar, but now we're getting some lightning flashes in central and southern parts of Franklin County, a little bit unusual. Further off to the south, again, right down 71 and then southeast, we're tracking some of those cells there. Further off to the west, west of Dayton, these are the cells that just are not giving up, not producing severe weather, but we don't need any more thunder, don't need any more wind or rain, and some of those might produce a lower level of that, maybe sub-severe, but something that we are certainly watching closely, and we'll be giving an update through the next 20 minutes and again on 10 TV News at 11. So just kind of a big picture look for you right there. Going back to look at some of the questions out there. I know it's getting late in the evening. I appreciate your questions as much as some of you appreciate us. Camping in Cambridge, let us know what's heading this way. Glad you're able to communicate while you're camping. That's tremendous. Cambridge, it's pretty much the worst is through, but you're in for a pretty wet night. Hopefully you're not tent camping and you may be in a cabin or a camper, something a little more solid. If you made it through that first wave about 30 or 60 minutes ago, you're in for some more showers and maybe some rumbles, but once we get past the severe weather threat, mainly because of the wind, will be diminishing. So appreciate that right now. Is Chillicothe safe from the storms? Right now, Chillicothe is looking a lot better. Zooming into that area right now, some lightning to the southeast, some downpours to the west and to the south. Pike County getting rocked pretty good, in case you're wondering about that. Around Seal, Waverly, Sunfish, head over toward Wellston and Jackson. And then further off to the south and west, again, we're looking at just some gusty showers west of I-75 along the Ohio-Indiana border. Go to a couple more questions here. Appreciate you writing in and commenting both on our text line and also on Facebook. So we're multitasking and doing the best we can here. Thanks again to Aaron for coming in and joining our show this evening. Circleville, some thunder in Circleville. Not surprised there. I don't have any updates on the Akron area except they had 2 tornado warnings, one earlier this evening and one about 60 minutes ago. Hopefully they're making it through okay. Let's continue to look. Crystal asked if Pike County will get hit again. Yeah, Pike County is getting hit right now. To be clear, not a severe thunderstorm warning around Pike County, but certainly if you're in this, you're not splitting hairs. There's downpours, there's thunder, there's lightning, there's gusty winds. It's a pretty inconvenient evening for you. Probably trying to get some sleep. It looks like the worst of this weather, this cell, is moving east, doing so about 40 or 45 miles an hour, but that's not much consolation if you're under that right now. So I'll track that for you, and then also the cells off toward Logan. Looking a little interesting up there. Let's go around Pike County first. Get the back edge of that. Moving down toward Lucasville. So that should be, let's look at the clock, about 20 minutes through Waverly, about 10 minutes through Piketon, the back edge of that. There's still some showers behind that, but not this gusty winds and lightning that we're seeing on the front edge. Let's clear that and then move off toward the north for a second. That area around, oops, not what I want to do. Bear with me for 1 second here. Nope. There we go. Move off toward the north. That looks rather ominous right there, to be honest with you. I'm going to go back and kind of call it just scrubbing the timeline to move it back and forth a little bit as we're going forth in time. This started off as kind of a line and kind of bowed out a little bit. Again, not a guarantee, but I'm a little suspicious that there's some gusty winds with this storm. Perry County, more than likely, if not a severe thunderstorm warning, at the very least, getting hit by this cell as it moves northeast. Trying to put a time on that. Not all these are very helpful when it comes to that, but that cell moving at about 45 miles an hour. So I'm going to put a track on that for you. Going from near Sugar Grove, east of Logan, and then back, and then moving northeast. A pretty good clip here. About 45 miles an hour. So Nelsonville at 10:48, Gloucester at 11 o'clock, McConnellsville 11:13, Blue Rock 11:18, Cumberland 11:33, to give you some perspective there. That is probably the worst cell that we're looking at right now of all the cells that are under the warnings. As those move east, Athens, probably you are under a warning right now. Timing this out for you, moving at a pretty similar speed. around Nelsonville, 1041, about 5 minutes. Trimble, 1052, Athens, about 20 minutes. Alexander, Chester Hill, and Wesley moving in that period of time. So, yeah, they're looking at that threat there, probably moving off toward the northeast and hitting those areas that might not have been hit at all during the day today, and getting in on the action very late on this Wednesday night as we come up on 11 o'clock. So, see if you got any more questions. Give me a second to clear that off there and kind of clean things up. There we go. Logan still probably bearing the worst of that storm. I'm going to zoom in there. It's pretty nice country down there, pretty rural, but if northeast of 33, looking in particular around Swartz Mill, Maxville, and Webb Summit, Gore and Greendale, and New Straitsville, those areas are under the threat for those gusty winds. So that's something that we're watching pretty closely as we go through the next 30 to 60 minutes. That would be great in order to watch those. Just giving Aaron a note. It's possible. Thank you, Aaron. Doing like a double duty here and preparing us for the 11 o'clock news as we're tracking this severe weather, which is great to have an extra body in the Weather Center and kind of moving through this evening, tracking these severe storms. So yeah, it's just some gusty showers south of there, still catching our attention, that of the National Weather Service. And I do expect, especially areas that haven't really got hit right now, that would be Logan County until this point, or Hocking County. Over near Morgan County, you've had some disruptive weather, but this storm is coming your way. Perry County, different part of Perry County, getting hit now, central and southern parts for the next 30 to 60 minutes. And Athens County really hasn't been hit by the severe weather, and the chance for maybe looking at some disruptive weather for those folks in the next couple of hours. So, or next hour, I should say. For those locations that might not have, there's still that warm, untapped energy and that moisture in place that can fuel these nighttime storms, which makes them a bit more dangerous, as we've talked about, because you really can't see what's going on. And by no means, if your power goes out, do not go outside. Hunker down. Sun will be up tomorrow around 6 o'clock. You can get out during the light of day safely. We don't want you to put yourself or anyone else in danger by trying to kind of wander around or mope around outside if there are power outages. That simply means that power lines are down somewhere, and you do not want to run into one of those or encounter one of those. So be just an extra layer of caution when we're watching these severe thunderstorms at night. It's really something to be concerned about. So keep that in mind. But it really is the only spot I'm concerned about at the moment. The disruptive weather, of course, around Pike County. The worst weather right now in northeastern Hocking County, just clipping the northeast or the southwestern corner right now of Perry County, south of New Lexington. A little zoom in there for you around Salt Lake. You're going to be under the gun in the next 10 to 15 minutes, a little longer until it gets to the other side of the county. And it's worth noting that some of these spots have seen a lot of rain over the past 2 or 3 days, and they simply don't need or want any more rain. And it's a chance again for those folks to, in addition to the gusty winds, the lightning, and the rain, would be some possible localized flooding on top of what we've already seen over the past couple of days. Trinity asks, when is Circleville supposed to end? Let's take a look, Trinity, and hopefully give you some better news. I don't have great news for you, unfortunately. Looking at that, these cells just really seem to be coming over Circleville, not really giving you a break. Go back in time. This is at an hour ago. Worst weather moving east and just kind of passing to your southeast. That's at 10:15. As we come up on 11:15, just can't shake those downpours. So you've got at least, I'm going to go back, another hour. So that's about a 40-mile stretch there of some disruptive weather. At this point, not severe weather, but that's little consolation if you're trying to get some sleep, right? You just want it to stop. You want the lightning to stop, the thunder to stop, the rain to stop, and just to kind of catch a break. And that's going to be a tough go of things. So that's also the case in and around Franklin County, in case you're wondering. Downpours just kind of hanging on. Western Franklin County, Dublin, Hilliard, over toward Galloway, Grove City, and then over toward Plain City and West Jeff. Just some rain. Haven't heard any thunder here at the studio, which is west of downtown, but just about everywhere else in the central and eastern parts of the county getting hit pretty good with some rain as we come up on 10:45 this evening. Let's see what got other questions and comments here. Yeah, Lee, Nelsonville, appreciate that. Yeah, sirens are only for tornado warnings. You know that. Don't get emergency alerts in Nelsonville. That's interesting and some kind of concerning. Let's give you a little shout out there as we go down toward Nelsonville. And that is let me zoom out. Sorry, zoom in a little quick there. Plains, Amesville, we're talking the extreme northwestern corner of Athens County getting hit right now. Possibly some gusty winds. This is still under a severe thunderstorm warning. 55-mile-an-hour winds plus are possible, but those gusty winds are certainly looking at something that is a bit more ominous as we go through the next 30 minutes or so. And unfortunately, you're just on the part of the storm there around Nelsonville, where it's kind of lining up just right now at 20 minutes ago, and then it's going to take another 20 or 30 minutes to move on through. Behind that, there's not a lot of severe weather, but there are some additional reinforcements down around Pike County and around Jackson, and unfortunately around Vinton County as well. That simply means that you're going to be under the gun for a while around Nelsonville. So our thoughts are with you, but hopefully you make it through this round of some stronger storms and just deal with the weaker storms this evening without much fanfare. So additional thunder in Fairfield County. Yeah, can't get rid of it, can we? Just a bit of a challenge there. Wish we could. It was just literally a lightning flash on either end of the county. A couple is southeast of Lancaster, that's over near where we just were around Bremen, and then one just over the line into Clear Creek. And this is real-time lightning information, which is pretty helpful to track, but still kind of surprised that we're seeing this smattering of lightning flashes coming up on 11 o'clock after that main line rolled on through. So as good as we think the forecast might have been or still is, there's always some kind of curveballs coming at you from Mother Nature. So it's something that try and get it right, and hopefully gave you enough heads up over the past 36 hours to plan for today's disruptive weather. But even this leftover stuff this evening, I want it to move on as much as you do, believe me. We all want to get a good night's sleep before we get into tomorrow, which is Juneteenth, by the way. Many of you may have the day off in remembrance and celebration of that. So hopefully we can get some sleep and enjoy the day. We'll tease ahead coming up on 10 TV News at 11, a couple of things. Certainly we're going to continue to watch and track these storms and showers. That's paramount. That's number one. Number two, we're not out of the woods for tomorrow. Yeah, we still have a cold front to come through. We've been kind of watching that cold front. Chances of some showers and storms. You'll see the latest model information just moments after I see the latest model information. We'll bring that to you at 11 o'clock. It's more than likely going to paint a picture of scattered showers, possible late morning, and a few more into the afternoon. Tomorrow is not expected to be widespread severe weather, but if you've got that tea time midday, just plan for a short rain delay. Not likely to be a plant canceling kind of rain or storms tomorrow. Once we get to tomorrow evening, we're looking good. Then we catch our breath and take a breath. First day of summer is Friday. Also a chance to enjoy and kind of catch our breath, because once we get past Friday, then we're turning our attention to the weekend. And the weekend is going to be dry and sunny. That's great, but at a price. We're going to see a real fast warm-up. And I mean warm-up back in the 90s, close to it on Saturday, mid-90s, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, maybe Wednesday if the storms hold off. When we combine low to mid-90s with the humidity that's going to be in place, blazing sunshine, we've got a pretty dangerous situation upon us. Fitting that it is the first few days of summer, but unfortunately, of all the weather that we deal with here in central Ohio, heat is the #1 killer. So you've got a couple of days, a little advance notice. Yes, we're looking at some disruptive weather tonight, a couple of showers and storms tomorrow. We're going to be dry heading into the weekend, but keep in mind, once we get through today, maybe friends, family, or loved ones are out of power. Maybe they don't have air conditioning. Maybe they need a fan. Maybe you need to kind of pull them in. We're looking at an extended period of time starting on Saturday and going into the middle of next week with potentially dangerous heat. So just giving you a heads up, maybe a little long-winded heads up as to what's coming up tonight on 10 TV News at 11. Some of the things we're going to be focusing on and watching, again, in order to keep you and your family safe. It isn't just or isn't only severe weather. That's top of mind, especially tonight. But we're also looking further ahead and what might be disruptive to your day tomorrow, and even more so getting into the weekend, because that heat is not selective. It doesn't just pick some towns or cities or a couple of counties. It is going to be everywhere. It is going to be brutal, really starting on Sunday, going into the beginning part of next week. So with the remaining time that we have, we're 7 minutes away. We need to take a break. We need to get a drink. We need to get things set up for the 11 o'clock news. We're going to give ourselves 5 minutes to do that. At 10:55, we're going to go off 10 TV Plus and turn right around and be back on 10 TV at 11 o'clock. But until then, we're going to do a quick radar tour and kind of wrap things up as to what we're looking at right now. We saw dozens of severe weather events and reports during the course of the evening, and almost every single county in Ohio, certainly central Ohio, had severe thunderstorm warnings. We checked that box, unfortunately, and the timeline right on schedule between 7 o'clock and 1 o'clock in the morning. Right now, downpours and gusty winds around Franklin County, around Licking County, around Delaware County, and around Fairfield County, but no severe weather at this time. That is good news. So let's move off to the east for a moment, still looking around Cambridge. I think Guernsey County, that severe thunderstorm warning, that's coming down. They're in the clear right there. Other good news is around Morgan County, that severe thunderstorm warning has expired early, and that is good news. I don't see any additional severe thunderstorm warnings for the area south of us. That would be for Chillicothe and Waverly and down toward Athens. Still some disruptive weather, but at this time, we were just talking about this moments ago, and maybe I talked right through it, that we're looking at no severe thunderstorm warnings right now for the 10 TV viewing area. So that is good news. So with that in mind, one quick look at our text line, one other quick look at our Facebook page, and then we are going to give ourselves a couple extra minutes to get ready, I think, for the 11 o'clock news. So let me just get in here. All right, thank you. Thundering and Pickerington, thanks. Appreciate the kudos and comments. And nobody throwing flames at us here on our Facebook page. Just doing our best to keep everybody informed and up to speed. And we appreciate your patience with us and staying with us very much this evening. So at this time, there are no severe thunderstorm warnings anywhere in the 10 TV viewing area. So we're going to take the opportunity to give us 11 minutes to get ready for 10 TV at 11 o'clock. So if you can come back on camera for just a second, we'll sign off here on 10 TV Plus. Really do appreciate, hopefully you appreciated the time we've had on 10 TV Plus, walking you through the severe weather event, answering your questions. I know it's been a few hours, but just about everybody in the entire area at some point was impacted by these storms. So we'll wrap things up, continue to track the changing weather tonight on 10 TV at 11 o'clock, and if need be, going right through tonight into tomorrow morning with additional coverage if necessary. I'm Chief Meteorologist Jerry Martz. A thank you to Aaron White in the background. We'll see you in 10 minutes on 10 TV.